Hello, how are you guys doing? Hopefully I'm with y'all and doing well. Let me go ahead and pull this up. There we go. Live. Thank you for the so I saw that Bernasco Witch resubbed. Thank you for the 20 months of support, and then thank you for the 59 months of the tier 3 sub. That's very cool of you. Thank you so much. Rev jump scare, it's always at the same beat in the song, my dude. Let me bring your chat over there. There we go. Yeah, I didn't win Pope. That's okay. Luigi guy, thank you for the 108 months of support. The new Pope is American. And people are complaining he's an American, and people complaining he isn't MAGA enough. Have you been foraging? No. He's Peruvian too. I see. Why would I have been foraging? Why would that be a thing that anyone does? But okay, sure. American Pope means he gets a gun, right? Apparently, the Vatican used a Dark Souls 3 reference how they elect the new Pope. What the fuck are you talking about? Foraging is really fun. It is. It's just some guy? Yeah, wouldn't it be? It was a news channel, not the Vatican? Okay. And what did they do? What was this Dark Souls reference that was made? Was it the smoke? Because they've been doing that for fucking decades. A link to a Spanish channel, okay. What the fuck? Hold up. I gotta pull this up. Get out of here. Let's get the sound on, okay.
Echan humo estos días en Italia. Han desarrollado hasta un videojuego. Vamos a verlo.
Puestos a imaginar un cónclave con estética de videojuego, podría ser esta batalla por el trono de San Pedro o algo.
What? What? Someone fucking give him Dark Souls. What? Why? Okay. Well, there you go. She's saying something about the battle for the Pope is like Dark Souls, I think. That's not a reference that most people will get. But do a Pope build challenge. Okay. No, but all right. Yeah, I just figured we'd yap for a minute before I get started, and this is what I'm thrown into immediately. Okay. But yeah, no, I went down to the local coffee shop. I set up my little keyboard and I typed away for a bit. I'm almost done with Act 1. They were playing like, could I beat up the new Pope? I don't know who it is. Typically, they tend to be very old men. So probably, I think I could beat up most old men. Like, is he jacked? I could probably beat him. I don't know why I'd want to beat him to death, but, you know, I could. He's 69 years old. Nice. Pope Leo. Is that what they're going with? Okay. Isn't it kind of weird that we have like a religious monarchy? Still, like a very notable, important religious monarchy that exists in one nation in the world? Like that's its thing. That's what the Vatican do. He's basically a fandom character. Okay, well, he speaks every language under the goddamn sun, it looks like. Okay, well, what has he done? Is there, like, no information on this dude? Earned a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics at Villanova University. All right, well, Americans get one. He said JD Vance is wrong. Dude, that's a dangerous game to play, to be calling out JD Vance. The last pope that did that fucking died. You know, like, so that's scary shit right there. I mean, the last guy was not doing well, hence the dying bit, but you know. Tell your worst enemy to call out JD Vance. It doesn't really matter if, like, JD Vance is on their side or not. If it's just he comes in contact with them. Have I seen the new HRT? No. What's the new way of transing your gender? Horse racing test. I see. No, I have not seen it. I haven't been keeping up with it. But writing at the coffee shop was a little rough today because I don't know who the fuck they got running the music today, but it was like the most coworker music shit that I've ever heard. I'm trying to think about do I stand the new Pope? I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Pope Leo the 14th? It wasn't even normie music. It was just like the worst music. Thank you for introducing me to Look Outside. It has been my brain rot for the past week or so. Yeah, I was thinking about streaming that some today, but I figured I'd at least let people know that I'm live first, and then we can talk about streaming a game. But why does he get to choose the name Leo? It's like a whole thing. Like, usually when you name, like, yourself as a pope, you name yourself after, like, a pope that you respect a bunch. So I don't know what previous pope was named Leo that's worth talking about. But that's just how they do it. You don't end up being, like, Pope Robert. Pope Bob. Popes and kings get named after previous people in general, yeah. Oh, that's wonderful, Orth. If you were the Pope, what would you change in your streams? I would probably see some religious sermon shit. That does seem like a thing I ought to do as Pope. Not being a Pope, I don't know what those things are, but, you know. It can be a saint's name. I think so. You know, I'm not Catholic, and I've never been Catholic. I know Catholics. They're all right. It's not my jam, but sure. But I don't know them. First Twitch streamer Pope. You'd have to speak Italian. Yeah, this guy does. Like I said, he speaks pretty much everything. Catholics have a lot of saints. Yeah. Can you create a new religion? No. Yes. Functionally, yes, I could. Last time I made fun of Catholics, YouTube got really mad. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Right now, like, I did just, like, send off my package to my mom. We got her some just nice things. Just little things. Wife made her socks. I got her some soap and stuff like that. How do I join the Church of Rev? Maybe it's like Buddhism, where, like, you just fucking follow the vibe and you don't have to, like, do anything. I mean, I could turn this into a cult. I mean, you guys are already in a polycule. Usually, it, like, the guy running the cult, does something. Like, do you recommend blood orgies in this cult? Not really, no. That kind of sounds like a a bad plan, actually. That just seems like you're going to get some sort of bloodborne disease. The what? Yeah, no, chat decided they were a polycule the other day. What do we believe? Flat Earth? Dude, I saw this fucking insane video the other day. Bloodborne for PC? Is that a thing we believe in? No, I meant bloodborne diseases. That seems like a bad idea. That seems like how you would get them. I'm not a doctor, but a blood orgy seems like a way to get a bloodborne disease. There's a sexually active popes. Okay, well, okay. Let me see if I can find this fucking weird-ass video I heard about the other day. I think that this is it. This is this weird ass one that I heard about the other day. It's an hour long. Jesus fuck. Why is it so fucking long? Well, I can at least show you a bit of it. Switch to that. Okay. Here, hold on. This one is fucking weird. This is like a classic of weird shit on the internet, and I only recently found out about it. It's called There Are No Trees on Flat Earth, which is an insane take. We're not going to watch the full hour 17 of this. Dubbed by Rhonda. There are no forests on Earth. There you go. I want to thank Asgard and Wake Up Human. This video is impossible without your hardest work. Thank you so much. You are humans with the biggest letter H. There are
no forest on Earth. When you read this headline out loud, even with the exclamation mark at the end, every sensible person will say that I'm out of my mind.
You are.
And you will want to show me tons of photos with images of forests.
Like these, yeah.
I want you to believe that this is another trick. They make us think that this is a forest, when you actually are looking at 30-meter bushes. This is total bullshit and nonsense, you will say to me. Of course we know what forests look like, because we've all walked in them.
Went to one just the other day.
I expect that's how you will react, and that's fair. But after watching this video, its headline won't seem so strange to you, because you will reverse your concept of forests by 360 degrees. And
yeah, I do imagine that it would make me do a 360 back to exactly where I was at and be like, nah, forests are real, my dude.
now, first things first.
To be clear, this is a redub of the original, because the guy in the original, his accent was so incredibly thick, and the stuff that he said was, like, just grammatically incorrect, that I assume that that's the reason that they've redubbed this video with someone else. This isn't the original one.
We will begin with a well-known picture. Children see 9 dolphins on it, but adults see 2 lovers.
Oh, okay.
A huge difference, don't you think? Try to see dolphins on it and see how hard it is.
No, it took me a minute, but I'm there. They're not trees, though, I'll tell you that.
Feminine fruities just won't transform into dolphins for most adults. And that's funny because it's the opposite for kids.
Are you showing sex
There's
to
only
children?
one picture, but we see it completely differently. What is more, children and adults can't exchange perceptions.
You would be fucked up if a plane flapped its
Why
wings,
is
yeah.
this the case? It is simple. Eyes see the way the Matrix ordered them to, but that's
The Matrix? Okay, so like
not the way the real world looks. Our eyes become traitors over time.
don't
We were
believe your
blinded
eyes.
while in childhood. The outward world is quite different. We
Okay.
see things through a prism of habit and experience. And this prism distorts everything completely.
That image goes hard though.
At 30 years of age, this prism works to protect your mind. And at 40, you could go crazy without this prism. Do you
Okay.
think I'm exaggerating? Look at this photo. I'm claiming that it is from a mesa that was formed from a magmatic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. You think I'm out of my mind?
Yes.
Maybe you're out of your mind.
No.
You will understand soon. We'll come back to this plot of grass later. For now, remember how we
That's not grass, dude. That's fucking hair. That's hair from the creature that we live on. Fucking idiot.
bumped into this old stump. Sometimes humans even try to take photos trying to hug the unhuggable trunk of a tree. But
The
really,
fuck
think
is
about
that
it.
image?
Old trees are a
Jared
rarity.
Leto copyright Jared Leto's Instagram. What? Fucking what? What?
They are all registered, they are tracked, and are being kept in reserves, like memorials of nature.
The trees?
There is an uproar on the internet about forests. Why all forests on the earth, even in Siberia, are not older than 200 years old? Where are all the giants?
I mean, there's redwood forests.
It is right that the people are in an uproar about it, but
I mean, they're
wanna
not.
look at the problem from another angle. From the side
Has
of
anyone
the
heard
Earth's
anyone talking
poles.
about trees being like, I don't know about that shit?
The thing is that even Soviet biologists found strangeness in the poles, and unnatural amounts of water kept in the ice and snow. And there's an unnatural percentage of carbon dioxide in the world's oceans.
Okay.
This abnormal concentration tells us exactly about a worldwide fire of the past. Using simple math, those scientists come to the conclusion that those fires carried away 99% of the Earth's biosphere. We all know that living cells consist of hydrogen and carbon, so the ice on the poles are made mostly from water, from burned organisms.
Yep.
And now, think about this number, 99%.
Okay.
It means that everything that now grows, crawls, flies, swims, and runs on the Earth is 20,000 times less in volume than before this catastrophe.
What? What? 1% of something is 99% of the world is 20,000. What the fuck percentage is that?
20,000 times. To imagine this, look at this
20,000
picture.
times.
This piece of bread is humans, plants, animals. Just this pathetic small piece of bread on this large transport truck represents Earth's biosphere before those times.
Is it floating?
I hope you understand that today's myth of overpopulation is just pure hoax and nonsense. 100%.
Okay.
But here's the problem. Biologists divided this number between all the continents and only calculated into this figure the dry land, not all the ice and snow that is on the Earth. And
Okay.
there's a lot of snow and ice.
Are you
Fact
saying
is-
that snow and ice were not considered part of the living creatures on Earth? Is that your beef right now? Good? The scientists did a good job? Yeah, I would say the ice isn't alive. Yeah, no, I'm with them. There might be stuff in the ice that's alive, like those water bears and shit, but okay.
Fact. But as always, illumination can come suddenly, and stereotypical thinking is to blame. 30-meter tall forests are like a virus that takes over both our brains and especially the brains of biologists, which prevent us from finding a solution to this problem.
What fucking problem? The trees?
If plants can't fit broadwise, then we should fit them upwards, and then it should make sense. In this new theory, hypothetical forests of unthinkable height was drawn.
Anyone
And
know
here's
what
the
these are
thing.
from?
We found these old photos. This is the vandalous felling of the sequoias in the California redwood between 1880 and 1920.
Can I just say how fucking wild it is to cut down a tree that's that big? Like, then what?
These trees miraculously survived the planet's bombardment in 1816. Just imagine how many years this tree needs to grow to these sizes.
Yeah, it's
Then
kind of a
these
shame.
terrible men come with saws and axes. 1, 2, and no more tree.
I mean, surely that's enough tree for a whole fucking lifetime, right? You just cut down one of these. No, this conspiracy theory, like, this is a re-upload. From 7 years ago.
In proportion of this tree, we can see a rule. The diameter of the stump is 3 times
What time did
bigger
it go
than
live? 23 minutes ago. Almost 24 now.
the woodcutter's or feller's growth. Let's look at this formula. You just think about it. You are entering a forest that is not usually 30 meters,
Good take.
100 meters. Here are your fairy forests
345 feet.
from fairy tales and books. Forests that are lost because of such barbarians. I understand that they are just wage workers, and they must feed their families, that this is just an order from above. But if every single woodcutter refused to carry out these criminal orders, all the forests would be saved, because their demon bosses are too arrogant to do it with their own hands. And that is why I will send these merry woodcutters' defenders to a well-known place. Look at this photo carefully. They look like satanic bacterias
What?
that want to kill the forest organism.
They do?
For those who think that Trees
I'm not a
were
fan that they
killed
did this, but
just because
okay.
of wood materials. I want to dispel your claims. Trees are energy generators. They produce constant electricity, oxygen from photosynthesis, food. They have a root network and are programmed to exchange data.
Okay.
Our ancestry had a theory that trees are programmed to keep data from everything on the planet and save it in their information portal in their carbon fibers. I do not know the reason.
Wait, wait, what was that? Are you storing information on trees like floppy disks? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, literally what? Technically, she's right. Well, I mean, I guess paper, but like, God, I am not high enough to be even on the same fucking level as this shit.
Some sequoias that these vandals left alive even put a fence around it and called it a wildlife sanctuary.
Yeah.
Of course, park guides will tell you tales from the crypt. How in the stupid Zoic era, stupid soars scratched their booty on the old sequoias of California. Let's summarize everything. Remains of the giant trees of the past are found, and homeless ice and snow of the poles took their place in the mosaic. It seems like everything is clear, but it is not. Nothing is so simple.
Nothing is clear. What the fuck are you talking? What have you been talking about this whole time? What?
If we take myths and legends of all nations,
Okay.
you can find lots of stories about people, animals, and plants morphing into stone.
Okay.
This is normal because paleontologists all over the world dig petrified fossils of humans, animals, and plants.
Sure.
There are so many of them that old museums are overfilled with petrified fossils of clovers, frogs, lizards, pieces of dinosaurs, and so on.
Sure.
Frogs and clovers are fine, but what about the forests? Guys, where are the trees?
Go out. I can see one from here. There's one right out my fucking window.
Old sequoias of...
Oh, I love the engine startup sound. You can hear a car start.
And so on. Frogs and clovers are fine, but what about the forests? Guys, where are the trees? Old sequoias
Wonderful.
of California do not fit here because they are made of carbon. It means they are not related to the Silicon era.
Wait, I thought all, like, we just discussed this a minute ago. Weren't all, like, living things made out of carbon and hydrogen or whatever? The voice actor, as far as I know, is not in on the joke. Yeah, there's, like, lore drops being thrown around here that I feel like I was not privy to. Like, the silicone era? What the fuck is the silicone era? How did I find this? It was like a video of someone reacting to it was auto-played for me when I was like fucking around the other day. And it was just the most fucking weird shit. I'm like, I have to see this for myself. I was at the Devil's Tower 2018. Told a park ranger that it was a tree stump. He got angry at me. Yeah, I would imagine it is fucking insane. What are you going to believe? The science of your own lying eyes. Oh my god, if the apocalypse is translated as curtain opening, then it's happening right now. Okay. The movie Avatar was telling our story. No, that was just a random movie. had a serious light bulb moment. When looking at ancient cities like Petra, I wonder if the answer, how did they do that, is that the ancients carved them out when they were still wood before it petrified. Okay. Never been more so confused in my life. Couple things kind of made sense though. What do you mean? Where's the Russian guy who first put this out? I stumbled upon this. Okay. Definitely Elohim directing me here. Oh, okay. The Year of the Trees. I think that is what Tolkien was talking about in Silmarillion, which wasn't real. From the looks of it, they stripped all the other planet. Who is they? Why?
Why do I know this? First off, they were cut and sawed by standard instruments. All axes and saws would break if they had to cut silicon. So where are the silicon trees, if those giants from carbon are not related to the silicon era? Guess what? They were found. Guess where? In the same North America, in Arizona to be precise. Ah, this zone of the Aryans. There are so many things going on there. The giant quarry that is now called the Grand Canyon. Like one person under the nickname Wake Up Human said, it is an apogee of the cynicism to name Quarry Waste as a national park. It is not a national park. It is just a quarry. And think what the ancient Russian word's root, kolo, is doing in the opposite part of the world.
I don't know what the fuck that word means. What?
And the root ra, I won't even mention.
Glad.
Here is the city of Aryans, from which left only the vortex that made Hooligan meteorite 50,000 years ago. What? That's how Wikipedia is telling us this total bullshit. Oh, and by the way, here are our silicon trees. I wanted to introduce to you the museum under the open sky. Petrified trees here are just scattered in the desert and also fenced. Everyone today can visit this circus called Petrified Forest National Park. In this park, petrified fossils are not common.
What was the root word that they said there? Orthogonal. And like, what are they implying with that sentence? Because like, no one's here on the bit. What the fuck does that mean? What is she talking about? We're not going to watch the whole thing, by the way. Kolo and Ra. Okay.
They're unique. If turtles and frogs were petrified in pale gray boulders, then this trees morphed into semi-precious stones.
They say kolo, which goes to the pi root that gave English wheel. Oh, Ra as in Ra, like the Egyptian god. Oh, hey, Mike. We're watching some weird shit. Aw. I love Mike too. How is he doing? Early Mike stream? Yeah. What was Mike up to? Mike's gay for me? Good. I'm gay for him too. We'll suck each other's dicks. It'll be good. Oh, I missed that. What was test and shit? Troubleshooting Obi. Ah! Yeah, you guys want some brain damage? We're learning about how trees don't exist. So That's cool. I don't know if you guys do that, but trees aren't real, and also the earth is flat. So I've learned a lot in the last 13-ish minutes. Just need a little brain damage. So what's that? We haven't really gotten to it, but I think the implication is that they're bushes. Trees are made out of silicon, so if your tree is made out of carbon, it's not a tree. Which is a thing? Real, yeah. Yeah, I mean, anytime that Mike wants to hit me up for stream, I'm down. I've been holding on to schedule 1 for a minute because of that. This is petrified wood. Oh yeah, no, but there is life in water, because that's how we know that there was a giant fire at some point for reasons. And they are covering it up. Trees?
Beautiful stones, aren't they?
The author is saying Colorado is made from colo, wheel, and ra. It's pseudoscientific bullshit theory. It's completely made up of the etymology of Russian. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Is Mike still in chat? Let me see if I can add him. Yeah, he is. Hey, Mike. What if they're referencing colorful in Spanish? No, it's got to be the wheel thing. What the fuck does wheel mean in this context? Oh yeah, we're not even 0.1. We're 1% of it, which means that there's 20,000 times more life that used to exist at some point because reason. So like, I don't know what wheel could mean. Okay, good. He's busy contacting the support of the OBS plugin that you... Oh, okay. All right. Cool.
It is time to take stock. All our forests are young and do not grow higher than 30 meters. Remains of fairy forests were found in the sequoias of California, and biologists put poles of ice and snow in its place.
What?
We found petrified fossils of the Silicon era and trees from precious gems.
Okay.
Now everything fits together, right?
Nope.
Or no? In a perfect world, everything fits. In our cursed hell, nothing fits.
Oh, okay.
Since that time, when I was a kid and I saw petrified fossils on a TV show, I was tormented by that question. How is it possible for a frog to be morphed into a stone instead of rot like any organic body does?
I'm not an expert on this subject. I'm going to be real, but like, it's like it gets sealed in mud, right? And then it just doesn't have any. Do you guys want to turn frogs to stone? Like, I absolutely do not know how frogs get turned into stone. I know that it has something to do with them being buried in ash or riverbeds or some shit. But, like, the bone turns to rock. There's, like, not any of the bone really left, right? Like, especially from really far back. No bacteria. I don't know. It's called fossilization. It's slowly stone or the minerals replace the... It's like it uses it as, like, a... cast, right? Like it just fills in. So it's, you rarely get the whole thing like this clean.
Let's see what Wikipedia tells us.
Okay.
Special rare conditions must be met in order for the fallen stem to be transformed into fossil wood or petrified wood. In general, the fallen plants get buried in an environment free of oxygen, which preserves the organic structure and general appearance.
How to become a fossil.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Oh, okay.
I understand this is dry British humor. If not, I will try to explain. You need some spontaneous disaster. For example, a volcanic eruption, tsunami, clay rain, which would quickly cover the frog and mammoth and make conserves from them, where bacteria won't decompose the corpse to the state of stinking manure. In other words, to make the body...
It wouldn't be manure, it would be compost.
Petrified, you need to cover or engulf the body,
right, yeah,
and to compact it. According to so-called scientists, the tissue was organic, and then it magically turned into silicon.
Well, it didn't magically.
SiO2. Remember this formula. If you have ever buried your home pets, you can quickly run and dig them out. Your beloved pet is petrified, and you can put his statue on your table.
No?
Want to reproach me for such black humor? Redirect that to the official science community, which sells us such bullshit.
No one has said that.
A dead body has only two options. Dry up like an insect in a piece of amber, or the second option, just simply rot.
Okay.
Organic bodies will never turn into rubble. Never. This absurdity is invented to hide the truth. Magical morphing into stone is a little thing. Transforming wood into semi-precious stones, this is where the lies and ignorance become uncontrollable. Tell me how a stick of wood can become a semi-precious stone.
The thing you read off, like, read the Wikipedia thing again. I didn't quite get it, but I get the general idea. Sure.
You may have no answer, but I do. And we will discuss this later. For now, let's analyze what these gems show. I do not know about you, but I am confused by 3 points.
Okay.
First of all, according to the official story, these trees lost in an unequal battle against a neighbor volcano. Attention,
or flood.
225 million years ago.
Okay.
But wait, there's more! This wood not only burned in hellfire, not only rotted into the wet ground, against all the laws of physics, chemistry, and biology, just transmorphed into precious gems.
No.
David Copperfield is nervously smoking on the sideline. But this is not the end. Trees are not broken. Trees are sawn into even, accurate pieces.
I will admit that is weird looking, but, you know, that's just how the tree crumbles.
The name of this brand of chainsaw that Aborigines used for this.
I don't think they did. I think it just broke.
I'm joking, of course, but the conclusion is that this is not a museum, but stage theater. These trees were sawn and brought here by someone.
No?
You know, only a true fool would believe in the magical transformation of wood into precious stones and gems.
Yeah, that does sound stupid, but the thing is that that's not what we're saying at all. That's not at all...
For what purpose did they make this circus?
They didn't.
All these scattered pieces of silicon.
They didn't, because that would be insane behavior. You're right.
And did you pay attention to how small these silicon trees are? They are incomparable, even with the sequoias of California. But this one is simple. They are not trees. They are trees' branches. Giant silicon trees. And these trees were so big that American sequoias near them look like sticks near the baobab. And while tourists are freaking out over these precious gems, no one is paying attention to the background, because everything is hidden in plain sight.
Okay.
To understand what I'm talking about, let's return to our favorite
I need to go get some drugs?
plot of grass. And I want to ask you, what do you see?
That's a fucking tree stump. A really
A
weird
tree
looking
stump
one.
in the daisies?
Yeah.
But I continue. This is mesa that was formed from the magnetic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. Do not believe me? And now?
I will admit that does look like a tree stump, you know? It's really weird that that is how that, happened. But that doesn't mean that it's a tree stump? Like, a log of my shit sometimes looks like chocolate, but I don't eat it. It just means that it's...
Let me introduce to you. This is Devil's Tower, mesa, or so-called laccolith, that was formed from a magnetic melt from the Earth's depths about 200 million years ago. At least that's what Wikipedia tells us. And billions of people believe that
Yeah,
this
because
is
that
mesa,
makes sense.
laccolith, or a mountain. Really? Let's come closer to our tree stump to look at his fantastically
Look at how fucking big that shit is. Like, you can see the little people on it. That is wild, dude. Probably magic, honestly. This person skipped high school? Dude. I've known people who have gone to school and they are this dumb sometimes. Maybe we should have left some of those children behind. I'm not gonna lie. Like, maybe we should have left some of those children behind.
inexplicable columns. Let's look in the Wikipedia ones again.
Okay.
Igneous rock is formed through the cooling and solidification of magma or lava.
Yeah, okay.
Really? What a smart magnetic melt! It's just stood still and froze in the appearance of perfect hexagonal column.
I would imagine that it's just one of those things that's like the good shape for whatever the fuck this is. Like, it just happens, Have you ever tried to like certain materials just do that shit. They try and go with sharper angles. It's like my bismuth here. Got some bismuth on the counter that my wife gave me for Christmas, I want to say. Which, by the way, check out fucking bismuth. Look at that shit. It's kind of hard, actually, because of the lighting. But, like, look at that. That is wild looking. If you can't see it, look up what bismuth looks like. It's fucking rad. And apparently it's safe to handle. So, I mean, like, just sometimes rocks do that shit. They're saying that this is basalt. Is that just what basalt looks like? Probably. It's just how it cools. I don't have any uranium glass because that's dangerous. Bismuth is not, because it's made out of bismuth and not uranium. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, like, I don't know the processes that cause this to happen, but, like, that just sounds like how this rock works. Okay.
For 300 meters in the sky.
Okay.
You can synchronize your instruments with these miraculous columns. Were they squeezed out of cream injector, then tied in a bun like a broom, and then a big giant fan blew near to help the columns to curdle faster? Maybe the columns of Parthenon or Isaac's Cathedral were built in the same way.
What?
Gentlemen scientists, are you out of your mind writing this garbage?
No, I don't think that's what they
Humans,
said.
are you out of your mind believing this garbage?
The insane version,
Claiming
no.
that this geometrical masterpiece appeared as the result of a lava fountain is the same bullshit as claiming that a racing car appears on the track because of an explosion at a Ferrari factory.
That's... Why did... This isn't rage bait. People actually believe this. If you scroll down to the comments, it's like half people being like, what the fuck? And the other half being like, this is true. Salt might conform to hexagons because of their crystalline properties. Yeah, sure. I wonder what's underneath these stumps of giant trees. I love you, unconditional beautiful soul, because you are really awake. Yeah, this is a great question, Neo. Late to this party, but can anyone attempt to explain their thoughts on who did this? Fucking why? That's the bit that always gets me about flat earthers. It's like, fucking why? What's the point? Why would anyone do this? Like, it's a lot of fucking work to convince everyone on Earth that trees are not trees. Or that trees, things that aren't trees are trees, I guess is what they're trying to convince. Like, why?
Have you ever seen what a fountain of lava looks like? In those times, lava had artificial intelligence.
Yeah? Yeah?
Really? Comparative analysis. All columns are hexagonal. Why exactly hexagonal? Because the universe's masterpieces are built in this form. There are no snowflakes exactly the same, but all of them are in a perfect hexagonal shape. Bees, too, without the knowledge of mathematics, correctly identified that the regular hexagon has at least perimeter among all the other shapes of equal area, so you can fill this shape most efficiently.
Yeah?
When bees build honeycombs, they instinctively try to make them as roomy as possible and spend as little wax as
Hexagons
possible.
are the hexagons, yeah?
Hexagonal shape is the most efficient, economical figure for building honeycomb.
There's a great CPG gray, or whatever it is, that goes over why they're hexagons and how efficient that hexagons are. What? CGP gray? Yeah.
Blind sheep cannot understand that our universe is fractal. That is why there is no difference in what scale you study it. In the scale of a mountain or the scale of a tree that everyone has outside their window.
But trees aren't real! I just learned that like 5 seconds ago. What? Are we're rating again. Whatever Mike's doing is not working. Hi everyone who left and is now back. We are we're watching a video that someone made about how Earth is flat and also trees aren't real. So there's that. Whoever that is, your name I cannot understand or read, but thank you. Hold the fuck up. What do you want? Show him the... Yeah, hold on. Actually, let's back up to here. We're at 2312.
Metrical masterpiece appeared as the result of a lava fountain is the same bullshit as claiming that a racing car appears on the track because of an explosion at a Ferrari factory.
Nuts, Christopher Robin! Thank you for that, right when the bit was coming through.
Appeared as the result of a lava fountain is the same bullshit as claiming that a racing car appears on the track because of an explosion at a Ferrari factory.
I love that animation so fucking much. The fact that they added a second pair of wheels that are going the wrong way because they...
Have you ever seen what a fountain of lava looks like? In those times, lava had artificial intelligence. Really? Comparative analysis.
Fucking source?
It's fractal. That is why there is no difference in what
anyway,
scale
back to
you
where we
study
were
it.
roughly.
in the scale of a mountain or the scale of a tree that everyone has outside their window. And now let's open a botany textbook.
Okay.
Let's find the structure of any plant and let's compare it with our giant stump. We won't go deep into this. We only want facts that fall into our hands.
We won't look into this too deep. We just want facts that, you know, prove our theory right. And if we look any further than that, then we won't find them.
From the stump's photos. So it will be useless to try to argue against those facts. I want to introduce you to the cross-section of a stem of flax.
Okay.
Well, gentlemen biologists. Are you noticing anything?
Should she read the lobotomy textbook? No. She had one. And to be clear, this is a re-upload because the original uploader's Russian video where he was speaking English, the quality of it was so incredibly bad that it was very hard to understand him. And so this has been redubbed in English to make it more comprehensible. I got lost about 20 minutes or so. Let's pretend for a second this is real. Again, why? Why would they? Who? Why? So the lady is having trouble reading a script that she didn't actually write. Right, but she believes it, so that's why she's doing this.
Look, it seems like honeycombs in the middle.
Yeah, it's a great shape for things.
And they are all hexagonal. Well, what a coincidence.
No?
If we remove skin around this flax, our stump skin is the same. Let's look at the small rocks around it, and guess what? Flax looks exactly like our stump from the bird's eye. They look identical. Exactly. The stump's fibers, like the fibers of the flax, has a hexagonal shape that is strictly preserved. It is geometrical the entire length of the stem, and that is as much as 384 meters. I want you to pay attention. The stump's fibers are even stricter in their proportion, as we learn from the botany textbooks. They are no different for the whole length, but are relative to each other. It is a branch of armature hexagonal cross-section after leaving the metal rolling mill. The fibers are not attached to each other since they freely exfoliate and fall as the stone erosion goes. Each fiber out of our stump is covered with a thin skin, exactly like fascia, a thin sheath of fibrous tissue enclosing a muscle or other organ. As you see, petrified skin contacting winds and moisture is cracking, exfoliating, and showering, and this is direct evidence that the fibers of the stump consist of at least two components placed inside each other. Fibers do not go into the ground vertically. They gradually bend to transform into the root system.
But they look different though, right? Like you see that how they're different? Like there's bark. Like it looks I will admit it looks very similar, and that's pretty fucking cool. Awesome fucking world building idea. What if trees aren't real? That'd be cool as shit for a book, but it would be a fictional book. It seems like a lot of work to do a conspiracy like this. Like, you know, like when Nixon was like doing this stuff with Watergate and all that jazz, like there was a point to it. Like it was to win the election, right? So like that conspiracy kind of made sense, you know? Like, you know.
Like every tree does. As you can see, the official story of spontaneous and accidental solidification of...
Yeah, the circle comes up and then they turn hexagonal is what I remember from that video. So trees are rocks, but both are fake. No. Think that... Wait, I thought it was like... What? What? What the fuck is this shit?
Lava is 100% bullshit and falling apart quickly. In 1977, Hollywood made a film called Close Encounters of the Third Kind,
Sure.
with Devil's Tower playing the main role,
Okay.
where we were told 100 times that this is a mountain where we can meet aliens. But this garbage is suitable for fools only. But where were your eyes, gentlemen? Hey, biologists, geologists, paleontologists, are you here? Do you study the world in a welder map?
They probably left like 20-something minutes ago as soon as they... Like, they probably didn't even click on this. What the fuck are you talking about?
Ask. And now, let's find out the height of the tree.
Okay, so like, but it's not, it's a mountain. Like, I would assume that the scientists who've come across this video, like, kept scroll. Did they give the female scientist a pink mask? Probably.
Are you here? Do you study the world in a welder mask?
They did. That's good. Gender equality, everyone. I bet you it costs more just because it's pink.
And now, let's find out the height of the tree, which was a stump one day. Let's use the formula that I mentioned earlier. The
You still have not explained what the fuck this formula is. You just said it. Also, like, aren't all trees different sizes? Like, some trees are small. Like, is it the size of the radius is, like, relative to its height? But, like, there are trees in Texas that are thicker around than some of the trees I've seen here. And the trees here are taller. So, like...
The diameter of our stump is 300 meters at the base. So if we calculate 300 over 20...
300 divided by 20? That's not what that symbol means, right? Like, my math education is not good enough to, like, remember what the fuck that symbol means, because I didn't do calculus, but, like, that's 100% not that. That's sum, right? Like, you... Okay. And sum means, like... Okay, yeah,
we will
sure.
get the height of, are you ready? 6 kilometers, 19,685 feet. Just think about it. Everything is learned in comparison. I think we can put a big fat dot in here. Devil's Tower is a giant stump of a giant silicon tree with all the attributes of a normal stump that everybody's seen. But we should not underestimate the matrix that keeps all the cattle in the stables. I am sure that after such clear evidence, there will still be deep sleeping people who will ask for more.
I would like
If
any
you think
evidence
that that's
of
all
this.
my arguments, I want to disappoint you because I have so many trump cards up my sleeve, and I will enjoy every
That's
moment
not where I expect you
that
to be
I will
holding
throw
them.
them on the table. Well, we figured out everything about this stump.
No.
Let's move to another one. Yes?
You unlearned
And you thought
things you
this
knew
was the
about this
only one?
fucking mountain.
You just need to remove your blinkers, and you will see so much.
My blinkers?
Let me introduce to you Giant's Causeway in Ireland.
Hey, someone was talking about
Notice
this a minute
something
ago.
familiar? Take a closer look. Again, hexagonal columns. Wow. If you did not notice the similarity to the Devil's Tower's fibers,
Okay.
you must be 100% blind. This is the same giant stump, but now it did not come out of the ground.
Oh.
This tree grew right on the sea's shore.
But what about the fucking bees? Are bees trees? Because bees do this shit too, as does flax. Could it just be a really big piece of flax? Where does the tree begin and end? How big is this tree? What are you fucking talking about?
The Giant's Causeway
Like, isn't it fucking rad this thing exists in general? It doesn't even have to be a tree. It's fucking cool looking. Look at that. Like, it's fucking cool. What the fuck are we watching? Some insane conspiracy theory about how trees aren't real? Also, the Earth is flat. Like, the Earth has... Obviously, the Earth is flat, but also trees aren't real.
Of almost 40,000 columns of such geometrical proportions that all the bees in the world would be jealous. Of course, all nerds declared it to be a national nature reserve.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned before, as one person named Wake Up Human said, it is an apogee of the cynicism to name quarry waste as a national park. In which connection is quarry waste?
Oh, okay, so Grand Canyon is a quarry, by the way, to anyone who got here late. This is evidenced by the fact of shut the fuck up. We didn't actually get any evidence for that.
Here. I will say later, but guess what the official science bleats about this Irish stump? Giant's Causeway is an area of about 40,000 interlocking basalt columns.
Yep.
That result of an ancient volcanic eruption. Volcanic eruption! Please tell me how to stay calm and not erupt in a fountain of swear words in the direction of this science society. It is hard. Very hard, but I will try because our enemies only want us to do it.
What?
I have only 2 questions. First of all, how many years was C.C. Campbell in a coma?
What?
And second, why
what
do
the fuck? What is that?
bees honeycombs not declared as a result of an ancient volcanic eruption?
Because it's fucking not! You could find the bees! What do those questions have to do with the fucking rocks?
They are not distinguishable at all. It's no less strange why street sidewalk tiles are not declared as a result of an ancient volcanic eruption.
But you could call the fucking guy who put that in and be like, hey, where'd you get the tiles? And they'd be like, Home Depot. You'd be like, all right, thanks, fam.
Show me a single difference, nerds.
I can't buy that kind of basalt fucking... I can't find it at... Okay, so basalt is tree because I said so. Why aren't bees? What if, okay, shut up. What if bees did trees? Like, what if the reason that everything exists is because there's bees? Giant old trees made from bees, and they're just beehives. Okay? Bees make trees? Tiny, are you okay? No, I'm making up a worse theory. I'm making up a worse theory because I can't fucking understand this one. What if bees made everything? Like grain? You know how she said it looked like the inside of a tree? Nuh-uh, no. It looks like a beehive. There you go. The bigger bee theory.
And now I'd like you to come back to our old method and compare Giant's Causeway, but this time with real lava.
Bees. I'm telling you guys.
I want you to remind you how lava erupts and flows.
Huh?
And this is how it congeals.
It depends.
And now, let's compare Devil's Tower.
I don't know if the AI lava was like a joke or not. Yeah, when magma hits the surface, it becomes lava because lava is above ground, like liquid rock, right? Which is why geologists consider water lava, because it's been heated, because ice is rocks, and therefore if you melt a rock, then it's... I realize I shouldn't be saying insane shit on top of the insane shit we're already listening to, because it makes less sense. So there's that. Someone just subbed. No, Nova just raided. Thank you for the raid, my dude. Is cum lava? Is cum lava when it, or yeah, it depends. Is it in your body or not? Because if it's still in your body, then it's magma. I think. Does it have to be yours in order for it to... Let's just keep watching. The magma is stored in the balls. Is cum just human lava? We're asking the real questions. Yeah.
And now let's compare with Devil's Tower with Giant's Causeway. Oh, sorry for my French. I mean, let's compare silicon stump with silicon stump.
What?
Somebody still believes in the lava fountain? If I didn't know about giant silicon trees, I'd rather believe in a giant cream injector and a fan, but not in volcano garbage. If you think that these two giant silicon trees are the only thing that I can show you,
that's what I call my dick, the cream injector.
Then you are mistaken. There are loads of them on the planet.
Okay.
The funniest thing is that normal people do not realize that they are stumps. But official science realized that seriously. That they should find out how to hide these trees from people who ask too many questions, and they invented a genius name for these silicon stumps: the basalt cliffs.
Okay.
I want you to pay attention to these two pictures, where fibers hang from the ceiling. How can volcanic version explain that?
Did you bother looking it up? Like, that's actually, like, I don't know. You know? Basalt just cools like that, I guess. I don't fucking know. I found that other things just cool weird in crystalline, like, ways. I bet you basalt does too. That's what chat tells me, and I'm like, yeah, that checks out. You know? Like when you're trying to make candy rocks at home. You know? Like, sugar just kind of does that. Also, like, have you ever tried growing something? Like, you could just, like, emeralds also grow. Sure. Sure.
Lava was dripping, but its drops did not fall to the ground. The drops stuck by their hexagonal honeycombs to the major neighbor drops, which somehow reached the ground.
Like, maybe some of this shit broke off? Seems like there were bits that were broken off that giant tree earlier, right?
Look at this picture. Just an everyday photo with this girl. It's good. But the only thing she does not realize is that she's sitting near the stump of a silicon tree.
I was presuming a lot. We have not spoken to this woman. She could be very aware that she's at a tree. It's a cool picture, by the way.
All artifacts are in plain sight, but the prism of the matrix do not allow us to see 9 dolphins.
If you're wondering
There
if you
are
missed
tons
something,
of
no.
silicon stumps in the network. You can research this topic yourself. Google will help you.
Google did not help you, it turns out. So no. You remember back in school, millennials will remember this. You remember going to school and they're like, don't use Wikipedia for your sources? You think it's fucked up now that people are like, let's put the fucking whatever, like, let's just use Grok or some shit to do it. Like, Wikipedia at least had a human look at it and go, yeah, no, that sounds right. They told us not to use Wikipedia, but the reference sources. Yeah, honestly, that's the trick. You go to Wikipedia, then you go down to the references of the section of the thing that you're actually talking about. Then you click through to that, and then you do that, and you get the information you were trying to find, and then you quote such and such instead.
Let's move forward. I want to introduce to you one more hexagonal miracle of the Earth that is of silicon nature. I want to introduce you to the biggest salt lake in the world, Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia.
Okay.
As you can see, not everything is so simple as it is written in textbooks and shown on the Discovery Channel. Our tradition wanted to show you what Wikipedia is telling us about these hexagons.
Yeah, you don't cite Wikipedia directly. You go to the sources on Wikipedia, and you go from there. That gives you the answer.
The fibers of silicon stumps, Wikipedia is changing it a bit. About the hexagonal structure of South American Lake, it is keeping silent like a fish. Like there's none of them, but they are there.
What?
Absolutely there. You won't believe it, but Wikipedia is not the only thing that's silent. After hours of research, I found nothing about this hexagonal structure. And only in one place I found a single phrase, like, look, how interesting this dried and cracked salt. And then I fell into a stupor. First of all, under the blazing sun's rays, every surface cracks like this.
Okay.
But not in hexagonal shape, like honeycombs.
But
secondly,
like salt does,
cracks are deepenings between the fragments of surface.
Okay.
But I see elevations. And this is opposite to the cracks. It looks more like fiber fascia, like the silicon stumps one. And the third thing, why is all the salt surface in exactly a hexagonal shape?
Again, salt does that.
If the official story is not a sensible explanation, let me tell you my opinion. As Wake Up Human says, there are no salt lakes, just sludge settling tanks. I agree with him, but this is not the case. And here's why.
Wait,
I
what?
think that
I agree with him, but that is not the case? Did I hear that right?
Says, there are no salt lakes, just sludge settling tanks. I agree with him, but this is not the case.
What? What does that mean?
And here's why. I think that you've already realized that honeycomb's hexagonal shape is an attribute that belongs exclusively to living organisms. Either is the possession of a queen bee, snowflake structure, or plant's fiber. As we see with our own eyes, Salar de Uyuni is not just a giant layer of salt. It was a living being of the silicone form of life, which was scraped out by the adepts of technocracy, by their machines. Now you understand how far we are from reality?
Oh, I'm starting to get a picture.
If we can't even imagine a giant tree, then how can we imagine a creature from salt, 10,000 kilometers wide?
Again,
then the height
idea.
is impossible to imagine.
Are they trees?
Now you understand that 7,500 years ago, our planet was so fantastic fabulous and beautiful that Cameron with his avatar is a poor substitute. All that is left to us is a desert, which we have turned into a scrapyard. And what I mean by saying scraped out by their machines, well, to be short, while our society was sleeping in this matrix, breaking...
Salt isn't even silicone. I think that salt is fake, probably. I'm having a little bit of trouble with this because it's like, is it just that rocks can't be certain shapes? Like, again, bismuth, bitch. Have you heard of it? It's fucking weird. I didn't mine it out of the earth myself, so who knows? Maybe this is a lie sold to me by the place that sold it to me. You know?
9 to 5 hours a day. Doing useless things, dreaming useless dreams. Our plant was literally being scraped out, and they are scraping it out now with their giant graders and machines. I will show you later.
Okay.
Well, the theoretical part is over now. It's time for the climax, and we are close to the runway. But before, we should return to our first stump and see one strange thing. I bet you did not notice. We saw many stumps, but this one is special. It has a flat surface on top,
okay,
which means it was cut down. Yes, exactly, cut or sawed.
Thank you to Jordan Joel. Whenever lava cools very slowly, it just does that and turns into these columns. If I recall correctly, you can melt and re-solidify bismuth. Yes, you can. It doesn't take that hot of a thing to like melt it. Thank you for the 200 bits across those two asks. Just joined and I'm stumped. That's okay. We're talking about stumps. Turns out tree's not real.
And now our imagination is asking us, who cut it? For what? What did they cut it with? I will answer this question later.
Okay.
We will put these questions in the background because the stump
I want to know that first.
Is not a single one on the planet. I will tell you even more. Devil's Tower is a small one compared to the others. Boys and girls, our aircraft is ready to fly. Of course. Well, we have no course. We will fly around the planet. Fasten your seatbelts and better hold on to the handrails, because everything you will see will overturn your notion of rocks and mountains. Let's go! While we're flying, let's play a game. Find 10 differences. Though, there are only 2 differences. Material and size.
Maybe I agree with that. Like that is a rock formation and it's big. And then there's a tree that's made out of wood that's small. They're very different in a considerable, like a lot of ways. But like if we're going to dumb it down to just 2 things, yes. That's a tree stump. That's a big fucking mountain rock. Cool. It's like they're different though. Again, I could like if I shit, it looks like chocolate, but it isn't. Can you? Okay, but can you like? It turns out we might be watching the whole video because chat seems to be having a good time trying to fucking understand it. And we would have missed a lot of bits. Like, you remember when the fucking... She said that she didn't believe the guy that she just agreed with? That was a cool bit. I loved that. Yeah, where are the rings on the fucking... Yeah, that's a great question. Where are the rings on it? And again, can you just tell me why? Because that's like the first thing I want to know is like, but for why? Why would you do this? Like, what do I do with this information? What if... What if I believe this for a second? Like, what do I do now that I believe that trees aren't real or whatever the fuck I'm supposed to... Like, what do you want me to do with this? Yeah, why aren't the trees hexagonal? Like that? Okay. I like that they color graded this purple to make it look better. So-called Russia? Man, that implies a lot of lore right there. The original person who made this was Russian and spoke in English. There might be a thing that happened that makes this make sense. That he said Rus, also called Russia. Like, maybe there's a joke there, or maybe it's one of those things where it's like, who are you guys? And they're like, well, we fucking live here, so I guess we're Native Americans. And they're like, Indians, got it. Like, is it one of those situations where it's like Russia doesn't even refer to itself as Russia? There's a lot of lore about that. Okay. So-called Venezuela. Fucking... What the fuck does that mean? Some people don't believe... No, it's Russia? Russia? Yeah, close enough. I could see some idiot back in the day say that, sure. Okay, we're still doing this. How long are we doing this? Can you just explain? Russia. Yeah, they fucked up Russia real Russia?
These stumps are sticking out everywhere on the whole planet.
Those are mountains.
There are hundreds of them. Scientists call them mesas, which means table in Spanish.
Yep.
Because they have a flat peak, flat as a table.
Sure.
Well, cool, stumps. And now let's remember the beginning of our conversation.
I don't...
We thought we saw forests, and even walked in them.
Yeah.
So what does it matter if they are only 30 meters high? Is there a difference? We're pleased with the one we have left. We enjoy its beauty. We are accustomed to these forests, so we don't need another. Then we discovered that the old forest was preserved in the U.S., which is described in fairy tales and myths, giant 100-meter sequoias. This is the picture our mind draws when we hear the words fairy forest. Let's think about the sequoias in California and the prism of matrix forces. Otherwise, our mind's protectors will melt, because Devil's Tower is actually a 6-kilometer high tree. But realize that
I think everything's a tree. I think everything's a tree. What if everything's a fucking tree?
Devil's Tower is a young plant compared to other trees on our planet.
She's done the opposite of proving that there are no trees on flat Earth. There are trees all over the goddamn place.
For example, this mountain in Cape Town in Africa is really impressive.
Okay.
This plateau is 3 kilometers in diameter. If we multiply 3 by 20,
Wait, wouldn't...
we will get a tree.
Multiply now is what that... I thought it was divide. Yeah, I mean, it's not the right symbol, but what do we... Is math fake too?
Of 60 kilometers high. Do you have any clue how big its branches are? On one of the branches you could easily place a huge residential area with all the shopping malls, schools, and parks.
Okay.
Just imagine how huge it is. Of course, your mind will never see that this mountain in Africa is really a tree.
Because it's
that is 10
not
times
real?
higher than the Devil Tower tree. 60 kilometers higher.
Again, love the idea of giant trees all over the goddamn place. Really cool mythology to like... What?
But guess what? That's not the limit.
Yeah, fantastic world building.
In the work of Russian scientist and poet Alexander Sergeyevich Pushkin, we can read about giant fairy oaks that was on the Bayan Island near Lokomori, and we now believe has been killed by our government. That oak was supposed to be the center of the earth and was some 100 kilometers high. Not sure how high, but for sure higher than the Cape Town
Okay.
one. This oak was the biggest plant on Earth. Remember in the beginning I mentioned our prism of the mind
Yeah.
that helps to preserve it but distorts reality?
Sure.
Ask any person to show you trees on the right photo, and he will immediately put his finger on the green on the ground.
Yeah.
Without noticing that it's only pathetic bushes. It looks more like moss in comparison to this size.
Oh.
But definitely
Yeah,
not
it
a
does look like
forest.
moss from a distance, but it turns out they're fucking trees. Turns out that when we look at something from really far away, it looks really small.
Now you understand why we can't find 9 dolphins? But do not dwell on fish and stumps. Once
You could have also not used the dolphin sex picture as the example of... You guys missed this bit in the beginning where they were talking about, or she was talking about, like, you can either see 9 dolphins or these 2 people having sex. Depending on who you are, depends on what you see. And if you're a child, you don't see the sex, you see the dolphins. But if you're an adult, your mind has been conditioned by the Matrix. And so you need to, like, reorient yourself to look for the dolphins. So you need to understand the dolphin sex picture and understand that trees aren't fucking real.
again, I urge you to think in planetary sizes. If instead of dolphins and stumps, we see lovers and mountains, imagine what is hidden from us with a curtain. That is why the apocalypse is translated as curtain opening.
No, it was originally Harmageddon. Mount Mageddon. There's a mountain called Megiddo. I'm butchering the there's a mountain. Yeah, it's just a fucking a fucking tree. Where did you get this curtain shit?
Do you understand?
Apocalypse and Armageddon are different words. True. I guess?
now why I mentioned this matrix prism in the beginning, through which we are looking, and it turned out that we see nothing. The real world is different. I can call today's state of society a real dream, and the sad part is it is not figurative.
Okay.
You know, in the Russian language, the word tree is spelled D-E-R-E-V-O, de-re-vo. The word ancient tree is spelled D-re-vo, and the word ancient trees is spelled de-re-nost. It means in Russian language, the language of the Aryans, time, when giant old trees grew. Interesting.
What? No, wait, no, it does not mean all that shit. There's no fucking way it made that shit.
Isn't it? Well, let's put all that in our pocket and continue our flight.
Can we explain anything?
I think you will ask me, and maybe it's time to ask questions.
Yes.
Who cut down this forest?
Who cut it for what? What
did
with
they
what
use
they
it
cut it
for?
with? Exactly.
No, it is too early to ask that. We know that the
We're
whole
30
face
minutes
of the
into this
planet
fucking
was
piece of
covered by
shit. What do you
giant
mean?
Vegetation. So we can ask ourselves, where did all the other forests go? The thing is that this so-called mesa are just single ones, because only the best were chosen for cutting. Whole other forests up the planet were laid down by blast waves. We reviewed only stumps with flat peaks. Does anyone remember how not cut but actually broken trees look like? I will remind you.
Okay.
Understand my hint?
No,
Let's play the game again.
We're doing the mountains look
10
like
differences.
I see. That's where we're going with this, of course. That one has got writing on it. And I'm pretty sure it wasn't photoshopped on from deposit photos. That one has higher resolution than the one on the right. It's also of a mountain. There are some trees in the foreground. Oh, okay, yeah. That's a mountain and a tree? Like, can you just...
I think you understood the meaning of my words. So
I understood what you were trying to say, I just don't know why you're
highest
trying to
stumps
convince
of
me
our
of this still.
They were mined like a quarry and were broke by blasts. For example, the tree Everest.
Everest, of course. Yeah, mountains aren't fake, they're just trees. The amount of people it would take for this, like, whole thing to
Have you
work?
already guessed? There are no such things as rocks on our planet. They are all just pieces of broken stumps. You can look at millions of photos, but the only thing that you will find is corpses of our true environment.
What?
How official science explains our origin of rocks, I think you guessed too.
Yeah?
Now you understand why we are so charmed by rock? Why are all elite properties placed between rocks? Why the most clean materials for construction are pieces of rock?
Okay.
because even if they are dead, they still emit powerful energy for us.
Yeah. Remember, 99% means 20,000 times less, which is just... What math is that?
Mortal carbon human beings. Stone is a bridge between...
Yeah, petrified wood isn't real, but mountains are trees. Lava's AI. Your brain is a prison. Magnetic walls.
Silicon and carbon life forms. And now, the important thing you must learn is how to distinguish rocks from mountains.
But rocks aren't real.
They are completely different things.
Right, okay.
Rocks consist of solid pieces of ragged stone with fragments of fibers that reach to the sky.
Okay. Sure. Weird definition, but that... Yep.
Mountain is just a pile of loose waste, which were brought on by giant machines. It has almost perfect cone shape, like every loose structure does.
What?
Sometimes those piles have chemical waste inside, and sometimes those wastes react.
Yeah, this is... There are no trees on flat Earth. So, like, that's why there's the distinction that flat Earth is not real. Which is, like, somehow not the weirdest part. Like, if someone said, look, I'm trying to believe in something absolutely insane. Should I believe in flat Earth or that trees aren't real? Which one would you tell them to believe in? Like, which one is the more insane take of the two? Because I feel like I've become acclimated to flat Earth shit. Like, I've heard of people, like, espouse flat Earth shit, so I'm kind of just like, yeah, sure, okay, fuck it. Some people believe in flat Earth. They're dumb as fuck, but all right. But trees, this one's new to me. I feel like there needs to be a disclaimer about both flat Earth and trees.
And sometimes they burn, and sometimes explode.
Okay.
And then nerds in white coats scream that they invented a new volcano, and will immediately tell you stories from the crypt. How 200 million years ago this volcano formed those silicon stumps. And explain the origin of our street sidewalk tiles as a result of
no, someone made that
eruption.
No, that's not where they would get those. No, that's not what they'd say either, because that's not right.
There's no such thing as volcanoes, rocks, and mountains on our planet. You can throw out these terms from your vocabulary. Okay, let's fly further. So, from our window,
we're still doing this bit.
Absolutely all the rocks on our planet are just corpses of the silicon form of life.
But rocks aren't real.
They are all fallen trees, you want to ask? No, not all of them have hexagonal structure like the Devil's Tower. Some of these rocks have lamellar structure or spongy structure, like our mushrooms do. Like liver is different from our heart or our lung, so our ancient world was so diverse.
This is cranked all the way up. This is just how quiet the video is. I've cranked it up on this end and I've cranked it up over here. Yeah, so okay. Correction, not all mountains are trees. Some mountains are mushrooms. Nothing is rock. Enable shitty sound stabilization. Stable volume. Let's try it. I've never tried this feature.
Identify or even imagine lots of species structure like our mushrooms do. Like liver is different from our heart or lung, so our ancient world was so diverse that we can't identify or even imagine lots of species and subspecies. Let me introduce this theme was covered in detail by Pavel Ulyanov. His YouTube name is Wake Up Humans. He did revolutionary work in the theme of geology and bucket wheel excavations work. Let me introduce to you this giant cuttlefish, which is a Badger 288, one of the world's biggest rotor.
It's still up. Is this the original video? We're not gonna rewatch it. I just want you to hear how fucking like. Oh no, this is the dubbed version. Get the fuck out of here, Rhonda.
Excavators. And this is how those machines work. They crawl on its wheel parallel to the quarry wall.
Okay.
Giant wheels with ladles scratch at rock and ground, leaving concave wall.
But so then that's why they look. But I thought that was because they were trees. Is this how they made trees? Is this where trees come? Let her finish?
Geologists must be hypnotized in schools while they are students, because why else would they call quarry waste miracle of nature?
Because it's
like,
fucking...
for example, this cliff in Australia. Want to laugh?
Hold on. Oh, you found it. This is the original one.
Total bullshit and nonsense, you will say to me. Of course we know how forests look like. We all walked and strolled in them. Well, expected reaction. And it's fair.
So that is the one that's I'll be honest, like it's not much better. We're not gonna listen to the whole thing again. I will listen from where we're at. It was 5502. It's literally the same thing, but
Geologists must be hypnotized in schools while they are students. Cause why else they call this quarry waste miracle of the nature? Like for example, this cliff in Australia. Want to laugh? If you do not believe in retardness of the last stage, just Google
what?
wave rock and check official explanation. 100% unbelievable how people buy into this. Some people will ask, which stone was a part of the living plant and which was not? I want to tell you that at least 7,500 years ago there was no such things as stones at all. Everything you can find now
You miss Rhonda?
is a part of our ecosystem.
Okay, fine. We'll go back to Rhonda.
If you do not believe in the idiocy of this last stage, just Google wave rock and check the...
This version's censored. Rhonda. Say the gamer words or it's not real to the original shit. You changed it.
to be gods themselves, and they screwed everything up.
Just gonna censor that
I
with
want
my
to
mouse.
ask you.
Okay.
Open your minds. They live. We sleep. But they
Great
not
movie.
only live, they're also killing our planet. They are doing it right now while you're watching this. Wake up, humans. You must review all the instruction they
Wake
gave
up,
you
sheeple,
in
unironically.
elementary school, middle school, high school. History, geography, geology. Open your mind.
To what?
I want you to look at these photos. Today we have lots
Yeah, that's good at least. We're not climate denying, so that's good.
of artifacts which we can't repeat because of certain conditions as the lack of technology, lack of equipment, or specialists, and which are evidence that our civilization is 200 years ago.
Great take. I'm glad you kept it.
And before that, compared to us, was way more developed. And today's society are just kids in the sandbox. Here are some examples. Bubble bath, 1784 to 1820.
Oh, I fucking died?
Here is what this man that was near it tells us. Sorry for my language, but they are telling us absolute bullshit. That somehow the master made it for 7 years and polished it every day like Papa Carlo. Absolute bullshit. With all my responsibility as a lathe man of 5th level, I declare that this is machine precision. Concave and convex.
I don't know what this is. This does look like it was machined, sure. A 5th level fucking rock wizard. At what level do you get this spell?
Surfaces of this bath, strictly precise, circle on the whole diameter, very accurate spherical surface in the lower part of the bath. Inside the bath on the bottom, the same super accurate concavity of the whole diameter. This product is impossible to do manually, especially to polish.
It would be a bitch.
I have the impression that it only yesterday got out of the machine. And the polish is like from Isaac's castle columns. It's impossible to do without high-class and high-speed polishing and grinding instruments.
I mean, clearly, I mean, if you just say it's impossible, then there you go. I guess it is. Hey, look at this fucking thing I have. It's a cat made out of obsidian. There's no way that this happened. So this was never made. I think. What are we trying to say? Like, that people can't, like, imagine if you're making a giant fucking bath and it's for like a king or for like a, I don't know, like God or something. Like, you're not gonna do it shittily. You gotta do it good. It means your cat's made out of wood, right? Right.
Next one, Alexandrian column, 1834. Weight is 600 tons, 27 meters high, granite. Impossible to do manually without turning this on a lathe machine. This column...
I think that I could probably do something smaller than this in my house. Like, doing it this big would be a bitch to do, but again, if it's really important, then maybe you just do it because you do it.
Has the shape of antithesis. It's simply impossible to do manually.
I still don't know who or why we cut them down.
Tambo. Polygonal docking of blocks. Weight is 40 to 120 tons. The level of adjustment you can see for yourself. Blocks are aligned in 3 dimensions. Capella San Severo. Made from a single piece of marble. This is impossible to do without an advanced CNC machine.
No?
For the last 50 years, there was nothing even close to the complexity of this execution.
Yeah, this would be really fucking hard to pull off. You're right. It's not impossible, but it would be really fucking hard.
Nothing has been done by any sculptor, even with the advanced CNC machine. Marble tombstone on the monumental cemetery Strangolano Museum in Genoa. 6. Stone bridges in Sevastopol. Each polygonal stone of the bridge is essentially a single sculpture. An example of modern work, with the stone on the left. By today's standards, it is considered quite acceptable. All cities on this planet were built of stone in the antique style, with pre-designed layouts of street.
I saw like someone doing like masonry work the other day, and they had a system where they would just like, they would measure the brick by putting it over the slot where it needed to go, and they'd put a mark on it, and they had this machine that would just go chunk, and it would cut the thing at that mark, and then you could like put it into the spot, and so that way it looked really smooth and clean. Can you just take someone? Can you just get anyone who lays bricks to help me with this woman? You know? Like, if you... It's called a shearing machine. Sure. Yeah, it was fucking great, because that guy clearly knows what he's doing. And it's how you do something like that. You could just do that.
Streets, avenues, embankments, and so on. All cities had a stone bastion wall. The construction volume, which is often equal to the construction volume of the whole city. Somewhere between 1780 and 1815, we experienced nuclear war.
Oh.
And it
What? I don't remember that bit. What?
It is likely not the first time in the world, which resulted in a nuclear winter in 1816. A year without summer. The Anglo-Saxons called it 1800 and froze to death.
What? What is the... What?
Here are some screenshots from Google Earth. Photos of nuclear craters in the territories such as Belarus.
No.
Such craters are easy to find. White traces around craters are broken limestone, the basic material of that time.
Could they be meteorite impacts? And not
to
nukes?
visualize the damage, search in Google Roger Fenton Crimea or James Robertson Crimea. And see the pictures. And you will see the photos of these first war photographers that were sent to Crimea in 1853 after the nuclear war to take pictures of this.
When was the... Wait. 18... Okay. Sure.
Siege of Sevastopol. Compare vegetation then and today. This is an example of a photo of Sevastopol by Fenton. Until the 18th century, houses were built entirely of limestone. For cutting were used advanced machines to make perfect parallelepipeds. Here are some photos of a house in Crimea. All houses in all cities of old USSR are covered in clay for 3 or 4 meters. All houses that are deep in the ground for 3 to 4 meters and have such good quality. It takes 200 years, and during the Soviet era, such masonry of limestone is considered to be very good.
Okay.
This is Eski Kermen.
What? Where did you fucking... Where does limestone come from? What?
Illiterate guides will tell you that this is one of the cave cities of Crimea, where people lived.
Sure.
And when I asked about this track, I was told that this track was done by cartwheels of local nobility.
Sure, yeah. There was a similar thing in Texas, in Round Rock. I grew up in Round Rock. It's a small city, much larger now than it was when I grew up, but like, yeah. It was muddier back then, and you would run the carts over the thing, and it would make a divot in the mud, and then the mud.
And this is another so-called cave city of Crimea.
Okay.
And this is a modern quarry where limestone is mined. This photo is made before the revolution of 1917. You can see that from the limestone is accurately cut segments, the bottom of which runs the railway and where a house stands. And now a very important photo of Inkerman Quarry, the name Champagne, made in 1890. You can clearly see cut passageways through the hill, 100 meters in width and 80 meters high. Under the vertical wall we can see small pieces of limestone and limestone crumb that fell off because of working saw machining. In the cut holes we can clearly see houses. Some of these holes are beginning of catacombs, some of which extend for hundreds of kilometers. They conducted a large-scale underground mining of limestone. In the days of the Second World War,
it's not auto-tuned, it just has like it's poorly done, so it's got a weird effect to it.
In the catacombs were hospitals, warehouses, headquarters, and trucks freely drove in and out of these catacombs. By the way, there are ancient catacombs in any city of the world. Near Odessa, there is a catacomb that is 2,500 kilometers long. Everything they tell us, rocks, canyons, ravines, cliffs, are just nothing more than quarry wastes. And there are very old quarries over there, and many fresh ones.
Who and why
this is
still?
The White Rock in Belogorsk, near Crimea. It is a limestone quarry. The wall was formed as a result of the cut slope of the hill. Want to see more? Look at this passage from which a huge mass of limestone was taken. They lied to you. And guess what they call it? They call it the Valley, a beautiful wonder of Earth.
Yeah, they're fucking
Check
cool.
this out. This is an
Neat.
old photo from the 19th century.
Okay.
The mound of the vertical walls of
That's after
limestone
the nuclear
chips
war.
are not yet overgrown with vegetation.
Oh, okay.
This is an old painting from the year 1855.
Could it be that that was not a grass growing season?
Giant quarry wastes in the background. Are you impressed by the scale of mining in just little Crimea?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool,
I want
actually.
to tell you more.
Like the
There
scale
is
that
no
we do
cubic
things,
meter
sure.
of land, probably 100 meters deep over the entire Earth, which would not have been in its time mined, milled, masticated, and discarded.
Masticated? Chewed up?
It is not a planet, but a giant quarry waste pit, where in the most violent and barbaric way the entire periodic table of Mendeleev is extracted. And now, look at these photos and pay attention to the tiered structure of the quarries and mines. The rotor excavated tiered cuts are massive. It is a
Those
formed
machines are
structure with
horrifying,
right
by the
angles
way.
when viewed from above.
I wonder if anyone's ever been
And now
killed
I
by
want
one of
to
those.
show
That's
you the
fucking
mountains,
awesome.
Ridges, gorges, canyons, cliffs, in almost uninhabited ways. Often they are named by the people who discovered them.
Okay.
Are all academics and professors of geology and other science nerds?
I'll be honest, I don't actually have like a defense against a lot of the shit she's saying because I don't quite understand what she's saying half the time. Like, is it, are rocks real? Yeah, she calls anyone who believes in science a nerd, which is just sort of like, isn't a nerd someone who knows shit but has no social skills? Yeah, she's been saying science nerd for the entire video. I'm gonna go pee real. I'll be right back. Give me like 1 minute. I'll be right back. Fucking hell. I'm getting concerned now about how much of this video is left and how little time she has to explain why the fuck they're doing this. Because, like, what is this video? 1 day, 1 pound, 3 meals. Oh. Okay. Like, she's supposed to at some point explain what the fuck. Jordan Jolt, thank you for the 5 months of support. That's very cool of you. Well, it sounds like you're evil then, King Sableye. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to know what the fuck. Like, you have 10 minutes to tell me what the fuck is going on. Why this is happening.
Too blind to see it. Mountain on the Kola Peninsula. I do not know the name. Mountains on Antarctica that were only discovered in 1820. Antarctica. Here are even the traces of the heavy machines and equipment. Greenland. Watkins Mountains. Look at the scale of the mining. Greenland. The flight from Frankfurt to Los Angeles.
What are the green lines for? So you know it's Greenland?
The highest mountain in Greenland. 3,700 meters. No problem. Almost completely gutted.
Who did this and how and why?
Norway. Aurora Borealis in the background of quarry
yes,
waste.
Good. Read.
Antarctica. Transantarctic Mountains. At the foot, the traces of machines are still visible. Antarctica. Transantarctic Mountains. Quarry systems. Pay attention to the background. Mount Kailash, Tibet. The height is 6,638 meters.
Okay.
Have you ever seen in our time heavy mining equipment that's raised to such heights?
No.
Goblin Valley State Park, Utah, USA. Gloss Mountain State Park, Oklahoma, USA. Grand Canyon.
Are they trees or not? I thought there were.
Arizona, USA. It's just a giant quarry, waste, gutted territory. Millions of tourists think that they are looking at a miracle of the world because they were told so. Quarry, Grand Canyon, Arizona, USA. Nowhere can we find traces of water erosion. Only this.
Chat, can you point at the water erosion in this picture? It's right there. On the fucking walls. Like, literally the entire picture, yeah? Like, you know, just like generally, the image.
shock explosive impacts on the silicon vegetation. Quarry, Rock Spitzberg. Quarry, Grand Canyon. The cut of the stone with a circular saw. Quarry in Australia, Blue Mountains. Blue Mountains from another angle. Blue Mountains, the vertical wall. Compare it with the marble quarry in the Alps.
Are you comparing rocks to rocks? Because, yeah, they would look similar.
Marble mining in the Alps.
Apps.
Giant quarry. Do not know where. This photo is offered as wallpaper on your desktop across the internet. Caprock Canyon.
The fucking level of research to be like, I don't know where this fucking picture came from. I just got it. It came with my computer. It's a desktop thing. I didn't bother looking it up.
State Park, Texas. Again, a national park created from exhausted quarry wastes in the USA. In some quarry wastes where there is a lot of moisture, people do farming. Banao rice terraces.
Yeah, but they did that on purpose, though.
And this is Canyon de Chelly Nation Monument, USA. The saws apparently did tunneling.
What?
The so-called Painted Hills in Oregon. Mountains,
Oregon.
Ravine. South Africa. Orange River and mountains. Timna National Park in Israel. Just a quarry.
God, that looks so much like El Paso. Like, I immediately had a, vibe to it, because I'm like, God fucking hell. Yeah, they built the terraces for rice reasons, right? Like, I don't...
Quarry, Green Canyon in China.
The Grand Canyon in China.
Flooded quarry, Charak Reservoir in Uzbekistan. Flooded quarry, another angle. As you can see, there are no natural rocks, mountains, cliffs, and gorges on this planet. You know, while people argue on the internet how flat the Earth is, like a pancake, or maybe a little concave,
no,
our masters are literally devouring our home and turning into a desert and a scrapyard. Guess
why?
what? It appears there are quarries on our planet the size of several countries. For example, in Tajikistan, Afghanistan,
you're running out of time. I need to know who's doing this.
Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and Iran. There is almost no soil in these parts of the country, because a 100-meter layer of soil and all living things on it was removed.
You're going to be absolutely gobsmacked when I tell you where the fuck dirt comes from. Did you know you can make dirt yourself? You just get some plant bits and you just let it rot in a pile. It turns out it turns into dirt sooner or later.
The Ural Sea and the Caspian Sea are just giant flooded quarries. Yes, all areas in the world that is painted yellow on Google Maps are the bottom of quarry wastes.
Okay.
Uzgurt Plateau. In the middle of the picture is a group of cars. If you fill this quarry with a layer of water 1,500 meters high, you will get an analogy of the Sea of Azov. And this is the Sea Azov, flooded old quarry. The bottom is as smooth as a table on which rotor excavators rolled. The maximum depth is 15 meters.
Orthogonal Caster is so fucking mad at this video.
Perhaps thorium was mined here.
Sure.
The edge of the Karakum Desert, the area of which is 350,000 kilometers squared.
Wow. That's so fucking cool.
The impression is that planetary reapers worked here.
No.
In reality, quarry, for the rest of the population, Canyon Yangakala, the wonder of the world, in Turkmenistan. In reality, quarry, for the population, Plateau Tozber, Kazakhstan. USA Monument Valley, USA. Previously, this area was several hundred meters high, up to the stumps of the silicon trees in the background. Same Monument Valley, USA.
Are those trees?
Namibia. The desert is the bottom of a quarry. Egypt.
Okay.
The top layer is scraped out with soil, and all living things on it, also burnt by nuclear blast. Most part of Australia.
Again, that was from the nuclear war in 17-something to 18-something, which is why the year 1816 was called the year where 1800 and froze to death? Yeah. So I forgot the exact line.
Australia is cut and scraped almost completely. No soil, only red desert left. Australia.
Okay.
Nigeria, desert. The conclusion is deserts are 100% artificial. They emerged as a result of long-term mining activities.
What?
Even more, you can easily safely replace the words canyons, gorges, rocks, ravines, plateaus, mountain lake, and just simple lake.
You have
in
3
your
minutes to tell me who the
vocabulary
fuck
to
did
words
this.
quarry,
Please, I need to
mine,
know.
Flooded quarry, flooded mine. Krivobor in Russia. Krivobor in a different angle. In the middle of this island, overgrown with bushes, stood a rotary excavator.
Those are trees.
Kurdivan in Switzerland. Obviously the work of a rotary excavator.
We're watching a video where
Siberia.
we're trying to figure out where trees come from. Turns out trees aren't real.
Anabari quarry. And now look at this. This is pile of waste rock in Donbass. The height sometimes reaches 300 meters. Inside them are
Other times it takes the day off and decides to go maybe like 1,000 meters. This is a fucking lot of work being amount time. Sometimes it's bigger. Sometimes it's smaller, just like my dick.
chemical reactions. They burn, and sometimes they even explode when they accumulate excess pressure and more.
So
Let me introduce to you this pile of waste called Vesuvius in Italy. 1,281 meters high.
Oh, okay.
But science nerds will tell you that this is a volcano because it is burning. Even once it
Right.
exploded. What a story. How people buy into it is beyond me. And now
Can I take you to Vesuvius and you can just... You can go in. Like, have you considered going there? What about Pompeii? Don't worry about Pompeii. They probably... Listen, the people from Pompeii probably died from a previous nuclear war. Yeah, the lava's made of... The lava has AI in it, of course. This is not explained at all.
let's look at the biggest pile of waste called terracons
This video? This video? It's not, but...
or volcanoes on This is Terracon in Fujiyama in Japan.
Now we're just looking at fucking big-ass mountains.
If you think that our masters lied to you, you are still sleeping.
What? What? Do you think... If you think our masters lied to you, you are still sleeping? So they... I mean, this guy looks like a reptile, so we got reptilians going on. Why? Why?
If you think that the earth is flat, you are half awakened.
What?
We are on a desert and a giant quarry that we are turning into a scrapyard.
That is such a banger concept for a book. Why didn't you write a book instead of making shit up on the internet?
Since we can trust no one, maybe it's time we think for ourselves.
I think we can trust some people about some things, not you about anything, apparently.
Really think about what you've been told your whole life and question everything.
Who did this and why? I've been questioning that since the beginning. Our masters, apparently? The original video ended linking to a video, an article insisting the moon is fake. What? Are they quarries or trees? What are trees? Trees are big bushes. I think. Like there are, what you think is a tree is just a bush made out of silicone, not carbon. Because if it were made out of carbon, then it'd be a tree? Why was this done? This is 1 day, 1 pound, 3 meals. This was made 5 years ago. I don't know what.
Following the comparative success of my recent £3.88 limited budget food challenge, I'm going to do another one. This time, the budget is that, £1. And I'm going to try and get 1 day's worth of food out for one person for £1. Now, that might not seem like a massive challenge. You've probably seen £1 a day food challenges before. This is a bit different though because we're only doing it for 1 day. So there is no opportunity for pro rata, there is no opportunity for bulk.
Okay, hold on. Real quick, I just need to figure out how much. Okay, so 5 years ago was 2020. Okay. USD 2020 to pound. Okay, it's just given me the conversion rate as of recently, which is not helpful. So I guess just like, what about one of those? Okay, so okay, so it's like relatively close in value to $1.
Buying. We're just going to grab whatever food we can for a £1 for one person, 3 meals. So let's set a few parameters. This time there will be
1 million subs and it's white on white. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't even get to 100,000. He redid the video a week ago or so. Okay.
no ingredients from the food cupboard. The only thing I'll allow myself to add from my kitchen is water from the tap.
Okay.
We will have the use of the full kitchen facilities, cooker included.
Sure.
And we will have the use of my car for transport to get to the shops. And in addition to whatever I can buy for this £1, we can also add in anything that I can get for free without stealing. This time we will be fully exploited.
I can get you a whole bunch of food if you allow me to steal shit. I'll tell you right now. Go into a grocery store, treat it like a bank robbery, and get all the fucking shit out, and you are done for the year, man. You are fucking solid.
Reduced items if they're available. So, first things first, let's go shopping. Okay, so this is going to be tougher than the previous challenge, largely because of the very, very limited budget. So, First thing we're going to do is
They
check
have
out...
free apples? Wait, what do you mean they have free apples? What the fuck do they have free apples for?
a reduced section.
For kids only. Yeah, that's not a fucking thing. Where the fuck are you getting free apples for children? We don't have that in America. No wonder we have bad fucking health.
Now here we go. That's the problem with saying, hey, just rely on reduced stuff. There is nothing to be had.
Sure.
So we're going to have to use our wits today. Okay, pretty sure our main sustenance is going to have to be bread. Now, we could have one of these sliced white loaves.
Yeah, it's 40p though.
40 pence, and there's a heck of a lot of sustenance there, easily enough to keep me going for a day. But I don't want to be eating white bread all day. At least not just plain old cheap white sliced bread. So let's see if we can find something else. Okay, so...
Yeah, like, we don't even have free food at school. Like, you gotta pay for that shit. Yeah, why'd you even bring a cart? You don't need a cart.
This, we could go for 2 of these part-baked baguettes, maybe. Let's keep looking.
Okay.
That will do nicely.
Okay.
Okay, my plans have been somewhat scuppered a bit. I thought I might have been able to get some of these salad things, get a very, very small amount. But you can only buy them in large or small pots. There is no possibility to do it by weight. There's no possibility to get a small amount of anything here.
Can you imagine him just...
So we're going to have to, again, use our wits. I was hoping I could do this.
Yeah, you can get a you know, not a great loaf of bread, but you can get a loaf of bread for about $1 here in America. Just bread. I mean, you know, recent events withstanding, it's about $1. And we don't buy bread anymore because my wife makes better bread because she's amazing like that. But, you know.
With cheese, but it looks like it's all pre-measured now. Now, a few people commented on the previous video, get tuna, tuna's really cheap, but it's not that cheap.
What about tax? Does tax count?
It ain't gonna fit today's budget. So, we're gonna have to look around.
UK bread isn't full of sugar, so it goes moldy after a
We
week.
could stretch to a can of sardines, and they're quite healthy and quite tasty. So we could get, like, sardines in...
Tax is included in the price. Right, because you guys actually do things reasonably. Sorry, in America, tax is not included in the price. So if you look at something, you store bread. Yeah, you could put bread in a freezer or in your refrigerator, depending on when you're going to eat it. Yeah, in America, if you go to a store, it does not tell you how much it costs. It tells you, like, you know, like I said, like the bread might be like 99 cents, right? And then you go to the thing, and then you just, like, you scan it, and then it adds up the tax. Like, here, hold on. Let me find a receipt. This is a receipt from... I've shipped out some stuff for Mother's Day. Doesn't have tax on it. Yeah, it depends on your state, but, like, you know, in Texas, it's like 8.25 for sales tax. So you just add, like, if it was $1, then it would be $1.08. You know? You just sort of, like, go with that. How is that allowed? I don't know. We don't fucking give a shit.
Tomato sauce, and there's a lot we can do with that. But let's keep looking. Okay, now here we go. Right, okay, look at this. Salmon paste, so it's like a salmon pate. 27 pence. Nice. Okay, so how much is one teeny tiny little banana going to cost me? £9. Yeah, I think we'll do that.
How is the US system not falling apart? Well, I mean, like... Yeah, okay. Your country is insane and grotesque. You just guess? No, you know how much it is. You just you just know that you're gonna have to deal with sales tax. Like, you just know that at every location you go to. Like, it's fucked that I don't have a receipt to look at. Some tape that I stole. Well, I didn't steal it. I asked the guy and he was like, yeah, sure, man. And then I took it. So it's not really stealing. That was earlier today. You don't really guess. You just sort of like, that varies depending on the product. What do you mean? Like, if you have some sort of like, you know, discount from the government, you just go, like, you can get like what is it, a WIC card? Certain things are not like part of the WIC program, which is like if you have food stamps, and like it's a hot button topic to just get rid of tax on shit. Like, there's a discount based on if it's WIC applied or not. Like, if it counts, like, I think like weird shit is, which is very, very confusing for anyone, but like there'll be a little symbol next to it that says like WIC approved or whatever in most places. Yeah, Maine has a 5.5% sales tax. Right, so every dollar you spend, yeah. There's so many things that are not eligible, but Republicans are very, very grumpy about the things that are. They'll point out that like lobster is, and chips are. How's nobody's cause a riot? We're too fucking tired trying to make sure we keep our health care, okay? Like, WIC is not the waste that they, you know, it's not now. We're not figuring this out right now.
The problem with a challenge like this is a lot of things are only available in bags of stuff. Now, there are still a few things loose, so we hopefully will make use of that.
58p for a carrot? You don't have that kind of money.
I want to buy, I can't get because they're just in big bags, and I only have £1. So let's see if the budget will stretch to the smallest onion I can find in that box. There. 6p, I think we can do that.
Okay.
And carrots, normally I'm kind of overjoyed to see great big thick carrots like this, but I want to
thick.
I find a small one really for my budget. I might just buy that piece. Yeah, why not? 3p. I think we can stretch to that.
Like, I bought some like tomatoes the other day for 55 cents, right? It was really awkward because I didn't have cash on me, so I had to use my card. So right now I'm trying to imagine, so it's bread, salmon, pate, a banana, a small onion, and okay.
Now I could get a can of baked beans for 22p. I kind of think baked beans are a bit of a low-hanging fruit, really. Let's go and find something else that maybe.
Why do you have a whole ass cart, though? I also don't want to eat what he's making here.
Down here, we've got
green beans. Good choice. Solid choice. Mushy peas.
Mushy peas. 15p a can. How about one apple? What? No, thank you. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be the tomato. Let's pick the smallest one we can see there. I reckon it's...
What are you making?
I reckon it's that one. £17. Okay.
I think you're done. I don't think you're finding anything for 3 cents.
And I wonder, I wonder if we have enough for one little mushroom.
For why, though?
What do you reckon? That one there? One tiny mushroom. Let's see how much that's going to cost me. Probably more than I've got in the budget. Ah, 4 pence. No. Is there a smaller one? Actually, I think that one might be a bit lighter. Let's try that one. Yes. Never pay more than 3 pence for a mushroom. And I think that brings us up to a total. So let's get the check out and pay for it. Okay, and there it is. And there it is. So there we go. These are my purchased ingredients, and there is my receipt. £1. Exactly.
Can't fucking see it, but okay.
The bread was a bit of a lifesaver, actually. I probably would have had to spend about 40 pence on bread if it hadn't been for this reduced loaf. It is a bit stiff and stale, but it'll be fine. I'm probably going to toast most of that anyway. So we've got ingredients here for 3 meals for 1 day.
Don't you need...
Salmon paste is interesting. I don't know how they can do that for 27 pence, but there it is.
Probably shouldn't do it for
so
27
let's have a look at
pence.
what I managed to blag as well. So, in addition to the purchased ingredients, I'm allowed to use anything that I can get for free. Now, we could go out foraging, but it's really not the best time of year for that. There might be a few green things I can find in hedgerows or something like that. We might include a tiny bit of foraged ingredients in the challenge when we actually come to do the meal tomorrow. But here's what I managed to blag. A whole pile of condiments.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's legit.
Oh, I did actually take this box with me to the store because I was kind of hoping they might be handing out free samples of cheese or something like that. And I was going to stash a few of them in there if they were giving them out, but no such luck. So, let's
milk and a stick? The fuck?
Milk. Now, it's interesting. I got most of these things by surfing other people's tables. So I went around a bunch of fast food restaurants and cafes and things like that, and I found that, well, I found that actually what seems to happen is that the people who take too much sauce are also the people who don't bother to clear their tray away from the table.
Yeah, that checks out.
I just kind of went in, ambled around as if I was looking for the toilets or something, and when I saw an abandoned tray on a table where people had just left it, if there are any unopened packets of sauce, I picked them up. So, let's have a look and see what we got. We've got some milk here. So we've got actually soya milk and regular cow's milk. We've got quite a lot of sugar. Brown and white sugar. I don't know that I'm actually going to use all of these things.
You probably won't, but it's good to have seasoning. Yeah, for sure.
So we've got a fair old pile of sugar. We have got mayonnaise, 3 sachets.
It looks like he was, yeah, please stop telling me I paid for the wrong kind of tomato. Vine tomatoes were the only variety on sale loose. This is a vine tomato. It's just separated from the vine. Insinuations about dog abuse. What fucking dog?
We've got ketchup.
Oh, that dog. Okay.
5 sachets. We've got some barbecue sauce. We've got some more barbecue sauce. And this one was a bit of a winner. Look, we've got creamy honey mustard dip. So, yeah, that'll be really good, actually. And I think that will go well with some of these other things.
No.
And then we've got salt and pepper, a fair old bit of salt and pepper, which is good. I like a lot of black pepper. And then these little things, which are quite interesting. These are chocolate flavoured powder. So chocolate flavoured powder, this is for sprinkling on top of cappuccino or whatever.
Okay.
But anyway, we've got a whole bunch of those as
You
well.
could make the shittest cake ever.
That's our extra ingredients. It is kind of cheating a little bit, but as I say, I didn't pay for any of these. I did have to ask.
Could you use mayonnaise as egg?
for one or two things. So these things are in the garage in the Costa self-serve machine. And I just asked the guy at the counter, I said, is it all right if I take a few of these? He said, yeah, why not?
Yeah, so, who gives a shit? So
there we go. So I have got, I think here, the makings of 3 square meals. This is all done in preparation the day before of the challenge. But this has taken me less than a day, obviously, to gather these ingredients. So tomorrow we're going to have breakfast, lunch and dinner out of this lot. Okay, so it's breakfast time, but I've got a job to do before we can do breakfast. There is a certain...
Let's not do Discord links because they're very scary looking. Dog! Hello, dog! Love dog!
Do you need something? Yeah, we've got to go out, haven't we? Okay.
Yeah!
So it would be nice to get some foraged ingredients for our meals today. However, really not the best time of year for foraging. Most green things are... Excuse me.
Hi, dog.
Most green herbs are not in their growth phase at this time of year. This is January. And so...
Do people just go foraging like for realsies?
Well, we might find something. We'll have a look around, but I'm not terribly... Yeah, all right. Drop it there. But I'm not terribly hopeful that we will find anything foraged, truly foraged, to add to our meals today.
They don't have strict growing laws like we do in the US?
Okay. So
okay.
There are a very few small shoots of nettles coming up through, but they are very tatty. And I think I'll probably leave those. Nettle soup is wonderful, but I wouldn't make it from tiny pieces like this that are growing so close to the ground. They're going to be gritty.
You live in a city. Foraging would kill you. I don't live in much of a city. Like I've said, I know pretty much everyone who lives in this town.
And a lot of them seems to have holes in them. So I think they're probably going to be a bit chewed up. We'll keep looking. So this is the part of the track where I often pick wild garlic, but the wild garlic isn't up yet. Now there are a few green things around, but the problem with picking anything green at this time of year is the leaves are very small and young, and actually the danger of misidentification is much greater. And so there are some little leaves coming up there. That might be sorrel, it might be some sort of dock, but there are other things, and a lot of very early spring plants are quite toxic or bitter, just because obviously they're the first things out the ground. They don't want to get eaten. So I think
the answer to that, Ghost, is your options are either to live in an apartment complex or in an HOA. Which one do you want? Yeah, the dog, like...
We may have to forego the foraging altogether today and do something else instead. Okay, now this is cool. This is an apple tree. That's actually a withered old apple up there. But actually down here underneath the apple tree, in the hedgerow, are a whole bunch of apples that have fallen off and have survived the whole winter. I'm going to have a rummage around.
No.
See if I can find one that's good enough condition. Okay, a lot of these are actually just soggy and rotten underneath, but I managed to find one. It's not great, but I imagine we can probably cut some pieces out of that to use. Okay, so we managed to find 3 kind of half-decent apples in that hedgerow. So I'm going to give these a thorough but gentle wash.
What?
Okay, so we are at McDonald's.
Okay.
And I found a few places where people are literally too stupid to use a bin. Now, that's not great from the environment point of view. However, from my point of view, it is great because sometimes we find coffee cups and the coffee cups have stickers on them. Collect 6 stickers and you get a free coffee. So thank you, littering idiots. You bought my coffee this morning. So there we go, free coffee, and free coffee tastes sweet. And if you smile sweetly and ask nicely, it's amazing what you can get. I explained what I was doing, and the lady at the counter was kind enough to give me 3 packets of Flora, which is just going to be perfect for what I need to do in a moment. Right, here's the plan. So for breakfast this morning, I'm going to make fried milk toast. So I've got my bread, I've got some milk, I've got some sugar. So what we're going to do, I'm We take these milk sachets and pots.
Okay. It's apparently soy, or not soy, sunflower. Hi, what's up, boy? Sunflower-based butter, I guess?
Oops, try not to waste any. And put those into a bowl.
Get up in this lap, good boy.
This is soya milk, but we're just going to add it all in together.
Sure, fuck it.
Okay, it's not bad.
Get up in my lap.
Right, now we've got sugar. And I've got these different sachets of white sugar. Some of these came from McDonald's, I think. Some came from tables at Burger King. Eva, shut up!
What the fuck?
Now, of course, what would be perfect here would be an egg, but we don't have any. So, just going to dissolve that sugar in the milk.
Mm-hmm. Is this why people cried animal
Okay, so I'm going
abuse?
to put some of this sunflower spread in the pan.
Okay, I was gonna say, how are you frying the shit without butter? But they found butter.
We'll just get that gently melted and...
Yeah, he said that, and then someone else off screen sounds like wife or mom went to go deal with it.
Foaming. Meanwhile, I've got milk, sweetened milk, and I've got my bread, and I'm just gonna give that a little dunk in this milk. Okay, and that milk was just about enough for 4 slices of bread, and then into the pan with that.
I've known people who do cheap cooking. I've eaten stuff out of a dumpster before. Been there, done that. The way he's doing this is so fucking weird.
So what we're making here is a bit like French toast, but there's no egg.
Aww. It's shit. He's using what he's got. I mean, I guess.
Oh, it's looking good.
I feel like I could do this better.
What I'm going to do here is just stack that up for a moment. And go in with the second pack.
Yeah, I liked the getting free coffee from the stickers thing. That was good, you know?
The flora. I think it might be a bit hot. Let's turn that down. Okay, now we need to get the other side of the bread in there.
Fine.
Meanwhile, over here we've got 1 small banana. Now,
good boy.
My hands are not massive. This is a small banana.
Yeah.
So, let's assemble breakfast then. So, I've got my...
Yeah, this is... Listen, this video is good because it is teaching you a life skill. That this is You need this in order to survive. This is a method of survival that you could take. This technically works. This is a life skill that shouldn't exist. It's just you could do this, yeah.
Toast here. Ow, 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 ow. Really hot.
I mean, it looks fine. The bread was fine. It's an insane way to make it, but it probably is okay.
Just at the right point there. And then we're just going to assemble these banana slices onto the 2 halves. Okay, so then we're going to have some of this choco dust, whatever this.
Yeah,
really
you can grow a lot
is.
of food if you have a place to live where you actually can grow stuff there. Pan toasted bread is superior to regular toast.
going to just sprinkle that over the top of the sandwiches and just on top of the banana, just as a flavouring. There we go, banana milk toast with choco dust. Right, let's go and give that a try.
Added some more choco dust.
My free coffee.
Oh, you didn't drink it already.
Breakfast, banana milk toast with chocolate.
That's probably not 400 calories. That banana was small as shit.
That's pretty good. That's really nice.
It's probably not awful. I mean, that probably is.
A bit of chocolate on top of my...
Why not?
It was a latte.
Bread has a lot of calories, I guess so.
I'll have a little bit of chocolate powder on top of there, why not? This is actually really good. I think I might make this again, although perhaps with better ingredients
sure.
in the future. The warmth of the toast. The toast is just lovely and crisp at the edges and soft and luscious inside. The warmth of the toast has just softened those bananas and made them nice and moist. And there is something about bananas and coffee and chocolate as a flavour combination that works really well.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like that was a really fine start to the day, actually. That was a very good breakfast. Wait. 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 Go on, him. Get him. Get him.
Yeah. Good dog.
So it's a bit of a murky, grotty,
are a very
grey
special
day,
boy.
and we've decided to come out for a bit of a walk on
UK moment.
along Netley Shore here. Now, I could, if I was feeling brave, have oysters for lunch. Look at all these oysters here. These are all alive as well.
Okay.
Or a lot of them are. These are live oysters. Now, the trouble is, this is Southampton water. It's not the cleanest stretch of beach, and so, yeah, I'm probably not going to bother with that.
That's probably not a good idea.
But look at that. Oh, big pile of live oysters.
But,
I think we'll stick to, well, this. I can see some sea beet up here. We get some sea beet and maybe a few other little foraged vegetables. Right, Eva, come and see this. What's this here? Smell this. Smell this. Yeah, if Eva doesn't find that interesting, it means a dog hasn't peed on it. So we will pick some sea beets somewhere on this stretch here.
That's
using
fair.
That as our test, and maybe a few other things as well.
Yeah, honestly, the dog is pretty smart.
Now we've got a small stream here running along the back of the beach, and I have seen watercress in here.
Yeah, I do think that he's probably using up a lot of, like, energy walking around. But this is neat. I think that, like, basically you could watch this video and probably actually emulate some of his shit by doing this. I don't think that doing the runaround is worth it because the amount of calories and the amount of, like, going around, like, yeah, in theory, this is fine. I'm kind of concerned about, like, because, like, when we were living out of the hotel, we were functionally homeless. We didn't have a home. Our home was a hotel room. That is not home. We were on a very restricted diet because we could not buy shit. We were broke, you know? We were trying to get enough money to be able to, well, it was more of an income thing of proving that we had enough money that we could actually, like, afford to rent, you know? So, like, if you live in an area that provides these options, I should try and make this video myself. I don't know if we can, but, you know, we ate a lot of, it was like bread and, like, a lot of the issue was like getting there and getting back. The cost of driving places is a lot. It adds up. He kind of discounted that. That's fine. You know, I'm really glad we found a place to live too. We ate a lot of chicken because chicken can be used for multiple, like, yeah, I mean, there are stores, there's a grocery store or two that are within walking distance here. Like, we made it, but, like, you know, we were always a little on the hungry side, but the choices were either to stay in Texas or leave to Maine, and we just knew we had to be out of there, you know? And, I think we made the right choice. Chicken is legit in the pork. Yeah, it is good protein. There's a lot of it. It doesn't spoil quickly. Like, it's pretty good. It also, like, comes pre-cooked if you get, like, a store, like, chicken. We do have, like, a family, like, her sister, my sister-in-law lives up here. My governor does prove to be a badass consistently. It's one of those things that, like, compare my governor right now with the governor from Texas and understand why we needed to do this.
But I think I'm good.
Chicken is tree, yeah.
I really don't fancy picking vegetables.
Yeah, most places have recycling programs.
As bad as it looks, but it looks bad. So one very fresh green looking plant, parsley sort of looking plant right here. Hemlock water dropwort, deadly poisonous, not to be picked, even though it does look fresh and green and tempting.
What was that sound? Doggo okay?
Right, so let's get cracking on lunch, which is going to be salmon paste on toast with some extra stuff. So I think for this we'll have, yeah, 4 nice slices of bread. There's plenty of bread left. Let's see what that looks like when it's toasted.
Yeah,
up.
did you do anything in that trip? Because you waste a lot of fucking energy doing that.
Now, we're going to try to make something approaching a kind of remoulade, which is like it's like a coleslaw sort of mustard dressing type of sauce.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to need some of that. That's the honey mustard dip, a bit of extra mayonnaise. So let's get chopping.
Wash the carrot.
So I don't need to freeze my onion this time, and I'm going to use a little bit less than half of this onion. The rest of it can just go in the fridge until later. Okay, and I'm going to really, really finely slice.
I don't know why we have to
this onion.
Freeze it. Like, bread gets thrown out way too early here in the United States, so like you can eat some decent bread.
Now I want some of this carrot, not all of it.
No,
we're gonna have some of that later.
You do need to wash that shit.
Use that chunk from the middle. I'm gonna save both ends. If we had loads of spare ingredients, I might have peeled this carrot, but we don't. So I've got to make real good use of every single piece. And then we're just not
chop
this into tiny little, very, very.
Remember the rice discussion?
Okay, one lot of toast.
Yeah. You can freeze bread. Yeah, that works. Sure.
Next one.
Yeah, you gotta rinse and clean wild food.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever. Fine.
And so our carrot's going to go in there as well.
Sure.
And now I'm just going to bash that up a little bit just to separate the onion pieces into...
It could be pre-washed. You want to trust that shit?
But also to express a little bit of juice out of the onions and hopefully...
Like there could be... Okay, so in In America, you wash your shit because you don't know if it came straight from the farm. It might have some pesticide on it. Someone might have coughed on it when it was in the store. There's probably a little bit of dirt left on it still. There could have been things like people could have picked it up, dropped it, been like, nah, I don't actually want this. Blah, 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 blah. You know, who knows? We don't know what happened to this carrot before you got it, so you gotta wash it. That's not like an American thing. I don't think. Like, maybe it's cleaned before it gets here, but do you trust that no one's fucked with it?
Flavor the carrots as well.
This is just bad cooking.
Okay, that's the other 2 slices of toast up. We'll get them set up over here. I'm going to dress this with the honey mustard dip.
Can confirm it's a global thing.
Taste of that
you should. That's mustard?
It's pretty good.
Okay. They don't look damp, which is the reason I'm thinking that they haven't been washed.
I don't want to waste a bit of that. And also we're going to have one of these sachets of mayonnaise in there.
Yeah, I mean, like, those carrots were, like, hand level.
Okay.
Are cucumbers slimy in America?
Press that again.
No.
Looking pretty good, but it's still slightly incomplete.
Waxy, yeah, I would say waxy. Sure, it's got a different texture to it than like a potato. The inside is like kind of watery. Yeah, if your cucumber, if your fruit in general is slimy, it's probably gone bad.
So, remember those apples we picked up this morning? I've no idea what these are going to be like inside. And I am going to peel them because that peel, well, it's survived all winter, so chances are it's probably a bit on the tough side.
Do you want to wash?
Yeah, these apples are quite kind of woolly inside, really, where they've been stored. Well, they've been storing themselves, as it were, outdoors. They smell good, though.
That's good.
It smells really good.
I just don't trust a fucking apple that's been sitting outside for a fucking season.
Right, let's see what that apple actually tastes like. I'm just going to try a little piece on its own. Quite hard.
Just the outside is waxy.
And not completely crisp. It's a little bit soft. But
there are apple varieties that keep well for months. Yeah, but this one was randomly outside on the ground.
And it just brings a bit of acidity to this remoulade.
Okay. Is that what this guy normally does?
That's not bad.
He's make remoulade.
I want to coat that apple completely so that it doesn't brown in that dish. I think we might just put a bit more apple in since that's what we've got a lot of.
Okay.
So, 4 slices of toast.
That's kind of the bit, is what he does. Okay, so he does other things.
Sauce to coat these before we put the fish pate on top.
I guess I should trust him because he does seem to enjoy like foraging, but like I wouldn't do that, man.
So Mary, this is a very fake Mary roast sauce that's just going to be made of ketchup and mayonnaise. And I don't want to mix that in a bowl because I'll just end up wasting too much of it. So instead what I'm going to do is just squirt.
I mean,
mayo.
I guess if you peel the skin, you don't need to wash, but I still just... I wouldn't do that to the apple. The apple thing is not good. The rest of it so far, I'm like, weird choices when purchasing. Like, I don't know if I would have taken those choices. The sauces for free was good. But yeah.
In situ, just with a knife. Not a very generous coating, but it doesn't need to be because we've got lots of that fish pate. And I've got to use it all. Now, the salmon pate. Well, it smells really nice.
Does it?
It's like 42% salmon. Decent amount of fish in there.
Looks like cat food. Jesus fuck.
Share that out equally on the 4 slices. It's going to be quite generous, but why not? Okay, so now I do like a bit of black pepper.
I would have assumed that the best way to do this would be to start with like an idea of what you want to make with maybe ingredients 1 and 2 and kind of go from there, you know? So that used to, well, 42% of that is fish. What the remaining 48% is 58%. I don't know.
Tomato's a bit crisp, really. I much prefer a redder tomato than that, but the ones that were
needs must
and more ripe were also bigger and more expensive, so we are constrained by what's possible and available.
Preservatives, sure, but like that's a high percentage of preservatives.
A little bit of this carrot, apple and onion remoulade on each one. Chef's privilege.
Sure.
So there we have it. That is salmon pate on toast with tomatoes and an apple, onion.
I mean, I really appreciate the amount of work that went into making this monstrosity. Wouldn't eat it.
That is really tasty. It's really good. Just needs a tiny bit of salt. So insofar as the objective was to try to make meals which I think I might have again, even if money wasn't a restriction, I think this is a resounding success. Really, really very tasty. I'm going to turn the camera off now so I can enjoy this.
I'm going to say, like, okay. So water is, I mean, I drink pretty much just water and coffee at this point, but water is pretty, you know, I mean, yeah, I've been in situations where the only thing we could afford was like basically nothing, and I ate it. Is it filling? Maybe. I mean, the salt and pepper, that's where it's at. That was a really smart choice. Getting the ketchup as well, that really jazzes up even something that's not a real thing, you know? But yeah, pasta would work a lot better. You could save that, and you could get the salt to get the water boiling from like McDonald's or whatever. I'm a little hard pressed to think about what you could make, because like sales tax you say is 5.5%. So like I would be let's call it 6 cents. So I'd have 94 cents to buy shit.
And then we'll come back and talk in a minute. Well, that was okay. That was more than okay. That was really, really tasty, and I will definitely make that again. Perhaps with, again, slightly better ingredients next time, but that was really good. So we've still got plenty of bread left. We've got this can of mushy peas.
It's just the mushy peas, though.
Plenty of vegetables, and that's going to be our evening meal. What I'm going to do with this jar, I think, rather than waste those last little traces
eating pasta for every meal, yeah, but like you get over it because you don't want to die.
I'm actually just going to put a bit of water in there, give it a bit of shake up, and we will save that because I'm going to use that later on. Okay, so we've got loads of bread left. Let's make some soup to dunk it in, and that'll make it into a big substantial meal.
Sure.
This tin of peas,
I feel like soup would have been the first thing I would have tried here.
Let's make some soup. So as a base, we're going to use this onion.
Sure.
We will also have this bit of carrot here, which I'll just dice up.
Soup makes so much sense. Soup is, this is not breakfast. No, they did breakfast earlier, and it was like toast and...
That's Steph and Jenny, who are not participating in this.
Like, I had rice for lunch today. I had coffee cake and a mocha for breakfast. because I splurged today. I had the checkout, like the little one of those things, like buy X number of like coffees and get the next one free. I have 2 of those filled out, and I'm going to use that to like go down to the coffee shop and sit. But I still like order something else, that way the meal comes with a price, so that way I can still tip, because I'm not a fucking animal. Say you had $5, how much could you get with that amount? I mean, that would be like, I would have to check the grocery store, but like I could probably get, let's see, I think last time we went to the grocery store, we spent $30. And that was a week's worth of vegetables. I don't think you buy any eggs nowadays. Eggs are too expensive nowadays, so you wouldn't do that. But if $30 makes 7 days worth of food for 2 people, then $15 makes 17. So yeah. Let's call it 40 just to be even, and then divide it by 7. And then divide that by 2. So realistically, I need about $3 a day to eat, and that's pretty fucking cheap. I could probably do this on $3, but not, I don't think I could do this on $1. That would be pretty rough.
Okay, so in this pan, we're just going to get a little bit of our last pack of flour.
Like, that's counting the tax.
Just so we can fry off those vegetables. Carrots and onions straight in there.
Yeah, so the egg thing in America is because there's a bird flu that's going through and infecting a whole bunch of shit. And rather than culling the sick, they're just like, I don't know, it'll fucking work out. But yeah, for lunch today, I had rice. I put some hot sauce on it. Yeah, so different countries have different ways that they're dealing with it. Our solution is that fucking die, I guess. Other countries have decided on different methods.
I'm going to season that a little bit while those are frying as well. A little bit of salt in there. So I've got a tomato. This tomato's really far from ideal, actually. This was the smallest tomato, but it's weird. It's almost white inside, but never mind. We're going to cook this as well, but once the onions have started to cook down. Yeah, I don't like tomatoes when they're kind of crunchy.
Fair. He does seem like an actually decent cook, can I just say? Because he's making fucking magic out of nothing.
So we're aiming for a sort of chunky vegetable soup end result, really. So we've got that bit of tomato, and then we've got this mushroom, which, well, not an awful lot of scope.
It's not washed, though.
We'll just
I really wish he would wash anything that he's eating.
Okay, and then we've got the sea beet that we foraged on the seashore earlier today. Now, sea beet's a little bit out of season, so this might be a little bit on the tough side. So I'm going to chop this fairly small.
That is so fucking cool that he was able to find that.
And I'm going to lose those stalks. So over here, carrots and onions, I put in the rest of that flora, and we've got those just softening gently.
Wash your shit before you eat it, man.
Brown sugar, just to help those onions caramelize.
Have I heard of Ni no Kuni? I have.
Okay, so those onions.
I was working at GameStop at the point.
A little bit of colour on the edges now.
Do you wash your chicken? I don't eat chicken anymore, so no. But no, you don't need to. You don't need to wash it because you're going to cook it with extreme heat. The heat should kill any bacteria.
Other veg is going to go in there.
I would love to try African cooking. Holy shit, fuck. I was just telling my wife the other day, okay, so I don't know what the deal is, but a lot of people from Africa move specifically to Maine. I haven't figured out what the reason is. I assume it's not a great reason, but, like, sure. But the thing is that, like, we don't have, like, good, like... There's a couple good, like, places to eat. Like, there's a good Mexican place in town. But I'm wondering, like, what is... I don't know. Like, the guy who installed our window had a very, like, thick, like, Jamaican accent. But that's the only one that I've been able to, like, pick out as an accent. What, how much... What's the taco of, like, African food? You know what I mean? Like, what... You go there and you get, like, General Tso's chicken or some shit. Or, like I said, a taco. Like, what's the equivalent of that? Like, what's my, like, you're a tourist to this food thing? What do you get when you go to an African place? Because I don't think I've ever been to one, because there was, like, one Ethiopian place in Austin? Yeah, like weird American products relabeled as a dish from there.
That comes out of those tomatoes. And so we need to be thinking about putting some liquid in here.
Reason Maine has a lot of African immigrants is because in the late 80s and 90s, a lot of immigrants from places like Somalia came to Maine because of low cost. They all, like, the people that I've run into that are from Africa have mostly been Uber drivers. And they all have a very thick accent that leads me to believe that it was like that they are probably first generation immigrants. They don't talk much, and it's kind of a weird thing to bring up to your Uber driver. Like, where are you from? But yeah, I do want to try the food because I'm just like, the fuck are they eating? I want some. You know, there's got to be a good place around here because people came from, like, that's how you find a good, like, Mexican place. You know, they're doing it right. Maybe that's it.
Soup in a minute. So remember the fish paste jar that I put the water in just to wash the last.
Yeah, maybe that's it. It's because there's already a community here. Okay, that makes sense.
Along with 1 cup of water at this stage, and we're just going to bring that back up to a simmer. So hopefully that last little bit of fish in there isn't going to make it taste fishy as such, but it hopefully will give it a little bit of body and savoury flavour. We're going to have a pack of ketchup in there. I'm adding this early because there is a tendency for this to be a little bit sour and vinegary, and I want that to cook out. Now they do put artificial colours in this tin of mushy peas, and so it actually looks okay on camera, but to my eye there's a real bluey greenness to this. Hopefully when it's mixed together with the warmer colours of the ketchup and those other vegetables, hopefully it will balance out and it won't be a completely ugly soup, but it's hopefully going to taste nice even if it doesn't look good. Okay, those veg are very, very nearly cooked now. So we're going to go in with our can of mushy peas.
Fucking God.
The mushy peas are dried peas that have been rehydrated and then cooked to the point that they are almost breaking down. So in a sense, this is like a very unspiced version of dal. It's just made with green peas instead of yellow split peas, but same kind of idea as dal. Well, it is not an appetizing colour, we've got to say, but
it looks like baby food. Yeah, like it's food, but
so let's just give that a little taste for seasoning now. Well, it tastes good.
Okay.
It needs more pepper. Most things do.
Oh, what's wrong, boy?
Let's not.
He's crying out the hall.
3 little sachets of pepper.
What?
We're going to go back in there.
It's okay. It really is.
Now, a little bit of a gamble here. Normally, if you have pea soup, it's got ham in it, and ham's got a kind of smoky flavour. Now, I haven't got any ham, but I have got smoky flavour.
He's right there. He can come in.
And this barbecue
He's just
sauce
deciding to sit there.
is going in the mix. And I'm hoping that the smoky flavour of this barbecue sauce will be reminiscent of the ham that you would normally have in pea and ham soup. I don't know what this is going to do to the colour of the soup. Probably not improve it. Right. No, so it's now gone kind of real khaki colour, but never mind.
Do you want to sit in my lap, boy?
That works really well. Right, I think we're ready to serve up. Okay then.
Okay,
So-
if it weren't for the split peas, and maybe this is just because I don't like split pea soup, okay, sure. The barbecue sauce is a weird thing, but I trust him as a cook to have the right choice there. But the canned peas looked awful.
This soup is not going to win any beauty contests. It's a rather greenish looking.
Well, that's why I was
pea.
really excited to see him do the Android. Think of the 96 months of support. Holy shit, fuck. That's a long ass time. Yes. Yeah. Ikien. Yeah, it does look more like Exorcist puke. Yeah.
Vegetable soup. However, it's all in the taste is the important thing. So we got loads of bread.
See, the problem is that I'm frugal, but I can't cook for shit, which is why I had rice and hot sauce for lunch today.
And my intention is to fill myself up with soup and bread. Really. Let's have a taste and see if it tastes better than it looks. It definitely does. That barbecue sauce is genius. It tastes like it's got ham in it. It tastes like there's a load of smoky ham in my pea and vegetable soup. So yeah, okay, not the most appetizing thing. I think if I'd had the choice, I'd have put more green-coloured vegetables in there. Maybe
Sure.
gone without the tomatoes altogether. But we had to reuse what we have. But yeah, that's all right.
It doesn't look that bad. It is edible. Was it Frank's Red Hot? No, I made it myself.
That hits the spot.
We're going to start planting this stuff so that way I can grow it.
There isn't an upper limit for black pepper for me.
I was thinking about doing a, like, cooking with Rev on hot sauce.
That's delicious. And there's at least 2 bowls of it here. There's another bowl full still in the pan. Yeah.
Yeah, have a good appointment, dude.
It's a shame I haven't got any butter to go on the bread, but I have used up all of my flora cooking those vegetables, so it's in there anyway. I guess I could probably have mayonnaise on my bread. I might try that in a minute.
I use just a jalapeno.
So,
1
let's see
jalapeno, half an onion, 1 clove of garlic, 2 Roma tomatoes. Estimated cost, like maybe $1 at most.
with a little bit of mayonnaise on it is any kind of substitute for bread and butter. I guess it ought to be. It's just fat after all.
You kind of just like chop it up, blend it, a little bit of
I can
tomato
just say
juice as
bread
well.
With soup,
That helps
with
it.
the soup, bread without the mayonnaise is better than bread with. So if I'd been using ingredients from my store cupboard, I could have put some curry powder in here.
Oh,
and it would have
okay.
looked nicer for one thing, and it would have helped as well. But this is actually quite a tasty soup in its own right. So, can turn the camera off now, finish my soup, and then we'll wrap up. Okay, you might have to take my word for it. That was a delicious bowl of soup.
Okay.
And I've got...
Yeah, it's cooking.
Well, that much...
Hey,
of bread
GG Mars.
left.
Thank you
I've
for
got
the
nothing to put on
45
it.
months of support.
I suppose I could have toast and ketchup if I'm still hungry later this evening. But actually, I had two big bowls of soup, and I feel really full up. I've had, I don't know, 5-6 slices of bread as well, which I crumbled up and just...
Yeah, he got a lot of calories out of this. So he did do the assignment.
And satisfied. So as far as I'm concerned, this experiment's been a success. I actually surprised about how much I was able to buy for £1 in the supermarket. And I think there's even more flexibility and interesting ideas that we can do with condiments and things that we can scavenge and forage from tables and trays. So what have we learned? Well, I mean, actually, this is probably the first time in my life I've ever actually asked people for things that I probably shouldn't take, like asking for that Flora in McDonald's and asking for the little chocolate powder things in the Costa Express. And I'd normally be too embarrassed to do that, but it turns out people are really nice generally. So yeah, I think that's been a success. So we spent £1. I've eaten for a day.
I honestly do not know if I could.
End of this day. Hope this has been interesting for you.
I think I would have to like spend at least $3 to emulate this. Like, there's no way I could get this under $1 in America. This just doesn't happen. Like, he clearly did it. So like, this is pretty legit, but I think it's just about resourcefulness, you know, like actually shopping the deal and buying stuff. But yeah, $5. I mean, like I've been able to do like I said, like I made that hot sauce for about $1, and I could probably. Well, this was 5 years ago. So I don't know what the $1 to 75 pound sterling. 0.75. Can we watch the one he did last week? So that's what this guy does. Invention dice. How far will this go? This was done 12 days ago.
Remember back in the start of this series when we headed off to the shops with just £1? Let's do that again today. So back when I made my first budget challenge video, as they were then called, I headed off to the shops with £1, and my objective was to make 3 meals with the shopping that I could just buy for that £1. That was a number of years ago, and food inflation has been quite significant in the interim. I'm getting a lot of comments from people saying, I bet you couldn't do that today in 2025. I kind of agree. I bet I couldn't. But let's head off to the shops with £1 and see if I can make maybe 1 meal for £1. We're going to need some rules and parameters, but there won't be many. I'm going to speed it up just slightly. Rules makes rules lawyers. So I'm just going to see what I can make with the shopping I can get for £1. Full use of kitchen facilities as usual. Water, salt, pepper, 1 herb, 1 spice, 1 sauce. Here's the one. 1 tablespoon of fat or oil, and 1 foraged item. As always, this is an exercise. I don't know why his mic got worse. A creative response to a problem that is today, for me, artificial. This is not supposed to be a prescription.
Okay. What?
For people who are short of cash. It's also not supposed to be completely realistic because I've got a roof over my head, I've got no medical bills, I've got shoes on my feet, and my children are all grown up and flown the nest. You know, so there's a lot of things for me that are easier than they are for other people. Let's go shopping.
What's the point then if this is not a thing that people do? What?
Now, some people do question why I take a trolley for a £1 shop. One reason, obviously, is that one of my hands is occupied by a camera. But also sometimes when I'm doing these shops for these videos, I do other shopping that we happen to need as well. I did look in the reduced section. There's quite a lot of reduced vegetables here, but not an awful lot that will fit our £1 budget. For example, mushrooms, £1.58 after reduction.
99.
There were some parsnips which were reduced down to 25 pence, so that's a possibility because it's a nice big bag. But I left
parsnips is good.
There's also a reduced section for chilled foods, but nothing at all in here that would fit the budget. And also some things that weren't reduced even though they were here. I presume somebody's going to come along and label them in a minute. Or it could be something that somebody's dumped there when they've taken a reduced item that was the same as the thing they wanted. lots of tinned things that will fit in the budget. So we've got tinned kidney beans and chickpeas. We've got tinned tomatoes.
Okay.
That would fit in the budget.
Oh, is this Aldi's?
Spaghetti, 500 grams of straight spaghetti for 28 pence is a possibility. I was going to do this thing where I did spaghetti and sardines and something else, but there were no cheap sardines in this shop. We've got rice as a possibility.
Oh.
Various other things. We've got, of course, baked beans, always a possibility. 25 pence for a can of baked beans. That has gone up since the beginning of this series, but not as much as other things. And there was a reduced bakery section as well, where there were some things that might have worked. So this loaf of nice seedy wholemeal bread, it's only a small loaf, but that was reduced down to 50 pence.
That's not bad.
Worked.
That's half your budget, but I mean, it is like multiple meals.
Actually, if we want a slightly less fancy loaf, there's this one, just wholemeal for 45 pence. In
Sure.
the frozen section, there was only really one thing that was less than my pound budget, which was this bag of mixed vegetables for 99 pence. That would leave me only with a penny, which isn't much use. 35 pence for the cheapest instant noodles. But there's this pack of savoury rice for 28 pence. Now, this one's got a possibility because it's not only got some sustenance in there, it's got flavourings.
That's good.
49 pence is the price now for the fish paste and meat pastes. And there's this cheap tin of tuna, 55 pence. I think it's only cheap because they're in a price war with another supermarket.
Whatever. Counts.
There were only a few vegetables that were available loose. Everything else is in pre-weighed bags. So it was carrots, parsnips, onions, and I think probably broccoli. I could have snapped off a stalk of broccoli and weighed that.
Broccoli cooks down so fucking far, though, dude. This was made
So
12 days ago, so
red onions
after.
were a little bit cheaper than the white onions. But it was a bit tricky finding one that fit the money I had left, but I did it in the end. So here is the
Oh, the first video? I don't know.
a tin of tuna chunks in brine, drained weight 102 grams, dolphin friendly.
Nice.
Tuna chunks, 55 pence. A pack of golden vegetable savoury rice, so tasty long grain rice tossed with vegetables, 120 grams. I imagine this probably is supposed to serve 2 people. Yeah, half a pack is a serving. Serving suggestion is put it in a bowl, don't just eat it off the floor. That was
Sure.
28 pence, leaving me 17 pence in the budget, which I managed to get 2 red onions. Quite difficult to actually find 2 red onions that would come to 17 pence. They were all about the same size, and I couldn't find one big onion that was going to be 17 pence, and I kept finding 2 smaller ones that came to 18 pence, but I got there in the end. 17 pence for 2 red onions. That's all I've got from the haul, so I've got to forage something and then make this into some kind of meal. I mean, it's pretty obvious it's going to be just rice and tuna and something. There's not really an awful lot of scope for creative cookery here. Anyway, let's see what happens when we put this together. So this is what we got to work with today, and I've got to just go and do some foraging. But before I do, let's just discuss what the other options might have looked like. So this is actually, for 28 pence, quite a small packet of rice when you consider I could have bought a whole kilo of rice for 49 pence. But in these budget challenge things, there's always a competition between 4 main factors, which is sustenance, nutrition, flavour, and variety. And these 4 things, you can never really cover them all. So, for example, I could have bought that 49 pence bag of rice, but that's half the budget gone.
Yeah.
Where's the flavour and the other nutrition coming from? Lots of sustenance in rice, but not much vitamins and protein and all of the kind of nutrition, the wider nutrition angle. Likewise, could have bought that packet of 28 pence pasta instead of this. But again, where's the flavour coming from? Because this has got, this, whilst it's not an awful lot of food in there, has got...
Onions are
vegetables and it's got-
very
it's got powder in there,
strong.
It's got the flavourings and spices in there already. And so these 4 factors are always competing with each other when the budget is tight. So I could have bought that 50 pence loaf of bread or the 45 pence loaf of bread and 2 tins of beans, and we could have just had beans on toast all day. That probably would have been a better option for covering nutrition and sustenance, but with no variety. Or I could have got the 45 pence loaf of bread and this 55 pence tin of tuna, and we could have had some nice tuna sandwiches with my sauce allowance, which I suppose would be mayonnaise. But again,
Baked onion is not
sustenance and
bad,
nutrition
but don't do it
nicely
like
covered.
me. Keep
Flavour,
cooking
more
until
or
it's
less covered.
done.
Variety is just not there. So it's always difficult to try to balance those things. And most of the time, I'm looking for the number of items I can get, the number of different items I can get. And so getting these 3 items here was better than getting just 2 or 1 item, especially as this one's got loads of stuff in there already, notionally. Although I don't suppose it's going to look exactly like that. Anyway, I'm going to head out now, do a tiny bit of foraging. So in terms of foraging options, we really are spoiled for choice at the moment. There's tons of stinging nettles and ground
Foraging
powder.
can be fatal, yeah.
Looking further
I'm not
afield,
going to do any
there's
foraging
lots
if
of
I try and
nettles.
do
This is
this.
cow parsley, that's another thing we
'Cause
can
I don't know
Stinging
shit
nettles,
about
though, very
foraging.
delicious, also really nutritious.
But like, we have a garden.
These
I was
are
thinking
hop
about
shoots. This is the shoots of the hop vine. The same
fishing
hops that
here
are used for
soon. You
flavouring
can
and
get
preserving beer, but the hop shoots can be
a fishing like line tackle and stuff from the library for free. So there's that. So I could catch a fish. No berries. See, there should be blueberries out here somewhere, but I haven't fucking seen them. Yeah, don't eat random shit and don't trust AI to figure it out. I do need a license to fish. They are expensive, relatively. For a $1 challenge or whatever, I could not get a license to fish. But, you know, yeah, the library lends out, like, other shit.
Picked when they're this young and steamed a bit like asparagus. Corn salad here, so you might have seen that in salad mixes in the supermarket. And this is sorrel, which is a really
You could set up a camera and do a fishing stream. I don't know as if I trust that, because, like, people will figure out where someone lives based on the reflection in a window or some shit. Like, I would love to. I don't think I have the Are you comfortable cleaning and prepping your own fish? I'm gonna have to be.
I'm not going to pick this one, and I probably wouldn't recommend this one for foraging newbies, because look at these leaves. They've got the same shape as the leaves of wild arum, which is really quite toxic and dangerous. They're just a little bit too similar, so if you're a newbie forager, I maybe wouldn't recommend this one.
Yeah.
Here's actually sorrel growing right next to wild arum, and you can see how similar the leaves are.
Get the Wonder Boner.
Dandelions, of course. Dandelion flowers are edible, and they're really quite good, but better probably breaded and deep fried. Broadleaf.
Like, we are trying to get it where we don't buy anything but paper goods and, you know, stuff that you can't make yourself from the grocery store, because that's what we've always wanted to do, and it actually seems like a legit survival strategy at this point. I have a window full of plants growing right now. I don't know if I could do this for $1. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know as if it's possible.
Dock is another one. You can eat the leaves here. And I have the option for 4 different species of wild onion. Here, 3-cornered leek. These are rosy flowered garlic, which later on will produce aerial bulbils, which are really quite good. This
How are the plants? They're doing great.
Which is a bit like chives.
We planted some the other day.
And ramsons, very familiar wild garlic. But I've already got onions in the shopping, so what I've actually decided to pick is hogweed. Now, this is common hogweed, not giant hogweed. Giant hogweed is dangerous and toxic. Common hogweed is not, and it's just these young asparagus-like shoots that I'm going to pick.
I hope your garden is bountiful. Thank you. I did not. I saw that you said something about Sigma Dora the Explorer, but I don't care.
Some lovely hogweed shoots. So just need to choose spice, herb, sauce, fat. So my spice is going to be curry powder. Technically more than one spice, but it's a spice in the spice cupboard. My sauce is going to be mustard. My herb is going to be some fresh fennel from the herb patch in the garden. And my fat is going to be a tablespoonful of butter. Right, let's get cooking. So for this rice, I'm just going to follow the instructions on the packet, which is add it to a pan with 425 ml of water, and then bring it to the boil and simmer. Lid on, we'll bring that to the boil, simmer it until
if you go to, like, there's like I said the other day, I spent 55 cents at the grocery store for 2 Roma tomatoes. You could do it, but there are... This is like, yeah, we have always wanted to live like Moomins, you know? And, like... living a... Okay, let me put it to you this way. What is freedom, if not the ability to do what you want when you want? Right? How much do I have to work in order to have freedom? How much time out of my life do I have to spend not being free in order to be free? You know what I mean? It's like, am I choosing a different path that might be difficult? Yeah, but honestly, I feel freer spending less money. The more money I spend, the more money I have to earn. So, like, yeah, we got some plants. Let me see if I can bring one over. Hold on. There we go. Hold on one sec. Let me show you. Oh, hello, boy. I need to get past you. Is that okay? Sorry. Excuse me. So we got the boy. Did you steal my chair? We got some broccoli here. It's still coming together, doing its broccoli thing. And here we got so on the this side over here, we got beets growing. We got cucumber in the middle and watermelon at the end. And we got some onions, green onion that we're cooking from scraps or growing from scraps. They're starting to grow. And then on the end here, this is squash. So it goes squash, onion, watermelon, cucumber again, and then beets. And yeah, they're loving it in here. We got some kale growing from the last person who owned the plot, and it looks like it's probably good to go. There's some... Steal my chair back from the cat. Oop, you're okay, you're okay, you're okay. All right, all right, all right. But yeah, this one, so I keep this door shut because the boy there likes to eat cables and wires. I don't think I can show you any because like the mic, like the marks are very light, but he's chewed through like I would say a good chunk of the amount of money I spend nowadays is just replacing cables that he's eaten. So that's a thing.
Try to create the illusion of variety by doing two different things with the onions. I'm going to fry some until they're caramelized, but I'm going to reserve some and put them in nearly raw. 1.5 of my onions is going to go in and be fried in butter.
Oh, right, sorry.
This onion piece here small. And then I'm going to cut this one into little crescents. So we've got some variety of texture as well. There we go.
Okay. See, that's smart.
Of variety. So that bit of onion there is going to go in the pan with about probably half of the butter. That rice is now come to a boil. Just going to give it one stir.
He does not give a shit. Like, he loves the taste of, like, we got, like, there's this ick stuff that you can get. Also, I'm, like, ever so slightly out of focus, I think. Here, hold on. Wham, wham. Look really closely at my face for a sec. There we go. Good. We got that one pimple in the shot. Good. All right.
Just make sure nothing's sticking on the bottom. And we're now just going to simmer that for 20 minutes per the directions on the pack. In this pan, butter. And 3/4 of the onions.
That's how I focus things. Is zoom in and then focus.
Just frying these onions over a medium heat, stirring regularly. Just to get some nice caramelization going.
Okay.
In there. You can see they're already starting to brown quite nicely. My hogweed stems, or hogweed shoots rather, which have had a lovely wash. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do something here to create the illusion of variety. So I'm lining these all up with the leafy bits in line there. And then this part here, I'm going to dice. And that's going to go in with the onions. I'm going to have like a heaped teaspoonful of curry powder.
I kind of liked it when he was using shit from like McDonald's to act as the spices. That was a little bit more real to me, but, you know, whatever.
That around, let that toast a little bit, let that fry a little bit in the oil, just to bring the spices to life. We're going to have about a level teaspoonful of whole grain mustard.
I mean, so far this looks like legit food.
Burn, we're going to have about half a cup of water. No, about a quarter of a cup of water. Turn the heat down now. I'm just going to let that reduce until it's the right kind of thickness, and then it'll come off the heat.
Like, the foraging from stores is so much easier than foraging in the environment. Like, that's not real for Americans. You can't do that here. We like to spray pesticide and piss on everything.
Too much of this fennel, because it is quite potent a flavour. It's got a strong kind of aniseedy flavour. I have another little bit of the leafy bit off of there, the fuzzy bit. Right, let's just go back and check on that sauce. So yeah, in with the fennel and the onion, the raw onion. Right, so that's just going to get combined like that, and then that's coming off the heat now.
I see.
Not any further cooking. So we have got some raw onion in there, as well as the caramelised onion. Right, this tin of tuna, which is in brine, not oil. Now, oil would have been quite an interesting thing.
I'm just thinking, for someone like to do a $1 version of this, like, what's the point of this video?
Short supply on these challenges, but this is just salted water. I'm not going to tip that away because I have an idea. My remaining little bit of butter is going to go in there.
Like, that was the thing, like, when we were living out of the hotel, we didn't have, like, anything other than a microwave to cook with. That severely limits what you can and cannot cook.
Leafy bits of my hogweed shoots, making sure they all get contact with the pan.
Like,
all right, now I'm going to steam them the rest of the way using, I suppose we're poaching here. So that's just the brine from the tuna, which of course is more than just salt water. It is salt water with the savoury flavour of tuna cooked into it.
Yeah, I mean, but where are you going to get a fire when you don't have a fucking oven going?
Now, because that's done. That whole
you got a microwave. You don't have a fire.
If I've made any kind of sensible decisions here. Oh, actually, that's really good. Obviously, I've had steamed hogweed before, but I've never had it poached in tuna brine before. But that's really...
Homeless LARPing really is the best explanation I have for this yet, but I don't think that's what he's going for.
Weird looking tuna. Anyway.
Can of sterno?
That I'm going to put in with the rice.
How much is a can of sterno, though? You can get 6 of them for $17. $18. One for like $3 or $4 from Walmart.
And mix it through.
More than $1.
Too much. I'll leave it in chunks. Like that. Time to plate up.
That's actually probably fine. I mean, like, listen, whatever with the utensils and shit. Like, you can get plastic utensils and stuff. The thing that I really have been wanting to do for a while is, like, what is the cheapest art I can make? And I've tried to make my own paint, and it just does not work quite right.
But let's get it to the table and give it a taste. So, like I say, that's weird, and I don't know if it's weird in a good way or a bad way. Well, let's just try a few things on their own. So the tuna with the rice, I'm fairly sure the tuna together with the rice is going to be just fine. I mean, I'm going to say, I think if you're going to mix fish in with rice, I think sardines work better than tuna, but it's okay.
Sure.
Just onion sort of curry with the rice. Yeah. Oh, and you can really taste the fennel. The fennel just adds a layer of lovely sweetness on top. If we try and get a bit of everything,
I thought about it doing it as an arcade thing.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. It's a really unusual set of flavours here. And I'm not very sure.
Do not the blood?
How much of my enjoyment.
My main issue is with blood as a paint is that it shifts colors way more than any paint. Blood comes out, you know, blood red, and then turns like a dark brown. So, like, I could.
And the fact that I quite enjoy weird stuff. I quite enjoy trying things which are unusual or, you know, alien to me.
Charcoal's very easy to make.
Some raisins in there would have been fantastic, or some other kind of fruit.
And I think that's what you make the art supply out of.
Raw onions is an idea that I stole from a type of curry called dubiaza. Of course, this is not that, but that's where
so I mean, like, you could make brown, then like black, and I don't know what other, I mean, like, I've tried using turmeric as yellow, but basically you'd be limited to like black and red.
And it definitely works. And the hogweed shoots, they are just a really, really good wild spring vegetable.
Flowers work. If you boil them, you could get the color out of it.
A bit of texture and a bit of body to it. And there was a little bit more than what I served up here, actually. This is about 2/3 of it. So I think that could have been stretched to 2 plates.
Bugs,
anyway,
yeah.
Go back to Studio Shrimp now for the scores and lessons learned and maybe some other witch.
But that's like what you're marking with. That's not the substrate. What's the substrate? What's the canvas, the paper, whatever? Like, what are you using to draw with or draw on? You know? Because that gets a little iffy. I've got some canvases here. I got 2 for $10 at this size. So I don't know what you're writing on. Skin? I mean, I guess
Okay,
you
there's only
could.
one dish to rate today. My weird onion curry thing with tuna rice. Honestly, it was not bad at all. The
3
curried
things
onion
on a plate,
benefited from
yeah.
A few more ingredients. I think raisins, the tuna and
Beets,
rice.
yeah, beets are good for it as well. They make a very good red
And
purple.
in that savoury brine from the tuna, which was fortunately not too salty, certainly elevated it into a nice little side vegetable dish. I'm not altogether sure, though, that these 3 different things really go perfectly together. And for that reason, I think it's only a 6 out of 10. Lessons learned. The illusion of variety thing was an interesting idea, and I think we could probably have extended this further by maybe taking out 1/3 of that.
I mean,
onion curry,
cardboard would be
blending it
fine.
down to a smooth paste and adding it back in to thicken the sauce and add body. Not adding
Chlorophyll for green, again,
shifts
shifts colors over time. None of these are archival fast, like... I've had interest in tattoos as well. I would love to get one, but I don't know what. I don't want it to be anything that's like corporate. I don't want like a Mario tattoo or anything. That would just look wrong, you know? Also, I love that he uses the same extension that I use. True art is I mean, gas mask. I thought about getting like a Rev Shroom or something on me, but get a tribal tattoo like Mario had in 2005. Herman Abbey, that's legit. But it's an expense that I don't really want to spend, you know? Like a lot of an expense.
Changed since I started this series 5 or so years ago, when it was just about possible to buy 7 or 8 different ingredients for £1, and a variety of ingredients like that makes it possible to create multiple different dishes from them. I mean, maybe I could have made a soup here from the hogweed, some of the onion and the tuna broth, so perhaps that was a missed opportunity, but for sure, everyone who said the £1 per day challenge is impossible in 2025 is pretty nearly right. There was not enough nutrition and sustenance here for a day. Numbers are on the screen. And it is possible to get more sustenance for £1 than I got here, but it's really not feasible to make a variety of different meals on that £1 budget. I did also look at options in a different supermarket, Lidl. The earlier shopping was in Tesco, but we really ran into the thing that is the same reason the video series had to evolve beyond a simple, limited budget. The very cheapest things are always the same cheapest things, and there are only so many ways you can combine baked beans, carrots, sardines, and onions. In Lidl, I could have bought these 3 items, a tin of sardines, a pack of spaghetti, and a tin of spaghetti hoops in tomato sauce, and I would have had a few pence change. But I'm choosing not to attempt to make a meal from those 3 items, and I'm thankful that that's a choice I'm privileged to have. My genuine sympathy, respect, and admiration goes out to anyone who's routinely facing that kind of real-world hardship daily. And just a final thought on that particular note. When this video series went away from a fixed monetary budget a year or 2 back, there were people who said I should have just stuck to the budget and tried harder. And I can't help wondering what try harder really means in that context. And indeed, also for people in genuine financial hardship, who I know for sure often get given glib advice to just try harder. But standing there in the supermarket with my £1 coin, there isn't any force I can exert. There isn't anything I can push on or strain against that will somehow make the numbers on the shelf edge turn into smaller numbers, or make my £1 coin worth more than 100 pennies.
Good. I'm glad he's saying
tell
this.
People to try harder to change a thing they're powerless to affect. Anyway, I hope this has been interesting. This series will continue in some form as long as I can think of stretch achievable challenge formats, but it pretty obviously won't be £1 for one day because sadly that's no longer viable. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.
Yeah, I mean, self-checkout, mate. I mean, like, outside of stealing, I don't think you could do it for £1 anymore. It looks like that it's just not a possibility. I do respect him for saying that, because I have been just like, what is this? Like, what is this for? You know? Like, because, like, not without foraging. I mean, I don't know when you could have done it. Minimum wage in America is $7.25. Multiply that by 40 times 4. and somehow you find an apartment for less than that, let's say you're sharing a $2,000 apartment, maybe 1,000. Yeah, 2,000 is about as cheap as you're getting nowadays. So you're sharing that with someone. That means that you have about 1,000 left over, or 160, divided by, let's call it a short month of 30. That means you have about what, $5 a day to make food, assuming you live with someone else and they don't share their food with you. Yeah, we're not counting transport costs, clothes, entertainment. It'd be very difficult. Also assumes you never have leftovers. When you're making food for like $5.30, yeah, I mean, like here in Maine, the minimum wage is like $14, almost $15. There's talk of raising it to around 20. I don't honestly think that that's the answer to the problem. I think that, the housing crisis here in Maine is largely based on the fact that the landlords here are shit. Like, the landlords here are awful, dude. Some of the places that I saw when we were trying to find a place here were just heinous, and everyone should be ashamed of themselves for trying to sell that shit. Like, because that shit was not up to code. I feel like that's the first problem that needs to be fixed. Hey, Kibby, how you doing? There's a white pharaoh named Magician. Okay. All right. But all this cooking has made me very hungry. So in Toho, I do plan on streaming tomorrow. I think I'll do the same thing again. That said Michigan. Okay. Okay. Yeah, things are going up in price, and yeah. Would you do another chat recommends video, Rev? Yeah, of course. I just haven't done one in a minute. I'm a little bit of a crossroads on what to stream on these weird days, because if I stream something that people are looking forward to, then they might be upset that they don't get it. You know what I mean? That's why I did just chatting today, because I wasn't sure where we were going to go with this. I think I could probably do YouTube stuff. We could look at other stuff in general. I am going to probably spend one more day outside the home writing. But yeah. The just chatting goes hard, Rev? It does. It does. I mean, we got to see where we're going with it. Let me check and see if there's any art. Yeah, I don't know if I could do if I should wait for a look outside to find something that's maybe... Hey, there's a little fella. It's from Orth. No sound, but little guy. And a stabbing animation. That's really good. Little Rev running around stabbing stuff. Walk around. I love the little, just 1 pixel of stuff for the Spurs. Could not remember what the fuck those were called for a minute. Do you have a reference sheet for your fella? Not so much. It's hat followed by mask. The mask has, if you look at the logo, can I just go home? Profile? If you look at the mask, it's got the central one and then 2 cans on either side. I've drawn it here without the filter looking thing in the front. That did fuck, by the way. Thank you, Orth. Poncho with a little priest collar. I haven't decided what to do with the hands and the feet. I think the feet are just like little things. Gas mask is surprisingly hard to draw. Yeah. Same thing as in the Discord with better stuff. Okay. Yeah, we got some earlier versions as well, like before it was colored in. I do like that you changed the color, because that is like a lot better as a result. Like, because the white just wasn't doing it. The fluidness of this stabby is really good. It's Peem. It is Peem. These are wonderful. Yeah, you did a great animation here, man. Just a reminder, the Discord is free, but if you want to get into the sub-only section, you would need to go and buy a subscription, either here or on Ko-fi or on Patreon for $5 or more. I think I got the Ko-fi thing working. And I tried to get the YouTube thing working, but I couldn't get it quite right. But yeah, should be all linked for you there. Should be able to get into it one way or another. Tomorrow we will either do more just chatting, or we'll do like show rev shit. What do you guys want? Just chatting or show rev shit? Same time as today? Maybe. I honestly don't know. I'm gonna have to just tweet. I'm really trying to grind out the last little bit of this. I would say that I have roughly 3 more sections that are as long or longer than the section I wrote today. So I need a little bit more time to work on that. I guess that, yeah, just show me stuff. Show rev shit / just chatting, I think, is kind of the same thing. Let's do that. If you want to rate out... okay. Well, okay, so the deal with why I haven't finished, like... that is not a joke. That is Chai's gaming channel. Both of them to make a separate channel for gaming as well as art. I guess that's the right choice, but Jesus. Kind of, but in the show and tell kind of content is curated. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, I look over what chat has sent me and try my best to understand why they've sent it. It does allow people to subscribe twice. I don't know as if that's, I don't know about that. I guess it works. There's more emotes. I don't know. A lot of streamers have alt channels for things that they know will have lower viewers in order to keep the average viewer count high. Yeah, I just throw all this shit together. Because, like, I'm me, and that's what you're paying to watch. Is your game gonna have a fake tree in it? Surprisingly, no, it won't have any trees in it. But yeah, if I have like a week's worth of time, I can probably get it to a point where we can cobble together the remaining elements and get it to work. Finding some things to do with the amount of work that I've done so far. Yeah, it might be good to finish some of the YouTube playlists as well. I post normie prop art in my furry art channel. I've given up on trying to filter what I do for people. Yeah, this is me. And I hope that works for y'all. And I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And either you enjoy it or you don't. I apologize if you don't. Show rev stuff is kind of skipping the line. How much media share do we have left? Oh god, there's so many videos. And some of these we will most definitely skip because they don't meet my criteria. That is 206 videos. Yeah, show rev stuff is not YouTube only. I mean, I could just skip all the videos that people posted in the show rev stuff. Only 40 legit chat videos are in that list. The first 40 or what? Like, what's the distribution on that? Okay. We could do that then, maybe, depending on how long that would take. Yeah. All right, well, I think that's going to be it for me for now. There's a link on the Discord for the Rev videos. You can find it on the Rev Discord. Yeah, there. Let's No, you're fine, Shadow. That is a solid point. There's a lot of videos there. Hi. Hi. Are you letting me know that your mom is home? I see. Okay, well, I do have to go then, right? She says yes. I will see you tomorrow at some point. I will blue skeet out when it's time for me to go live. Sorry for the long goodbye. That's what I do. I'll see you guys later.